Have you ever stood in front of something so massive, so unreasonable, that history itself starts to feel too small to explain it? In Baalbek, ancient builders placed stones weighing hundreds of tons high into a temple platform, and in the quarry nearby, they left behind a block so enormous it reaches nearly 1,600 tons. No fantasy, no legend, just real stone, real engineering, and a mystery that still refuses to sit still. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you enjoy ancient history, lost worlds, and mysteries that still challenge what we think we know. Dawn reaches Baalbek slowly. The first light does not soften the place, it sharpens it. Across the broad highland plain of the Bekaa Valley, the ruins rise in layers of gold, grey, and shadow, and above them all sits a platform so immense that even now, after empires, earthquakes, invasions, and centuries of stone breaking, it still has the power to make the human body feel suddenly smaller than it expected to feel. Columns tower overhead, broken pediments hang against the sky, and blocks the size of small houses lie fitted into the walls as if weight itself were somehow different here. Then the eye settles on the stones that keep drawing people back to Baalbek generation after generation, the colossal blocks embedded high in the podium wall, each one so large that the mind resists the measurement. Hundreds of tons, not one, but several. And in the quarry nearby, still lying where ancient workers left them, even larger monoliths remain in the bedrock, including one estimated at roughly 1,600 tons. That is the moment the site stops feeling like a ruined temple and becomes a problem. It is one thing to admire ancient architecture from a comfortable distance. It is another to stand before evidence of a scale so extreme that familiar explanations begin to sound thin. The ancient world built in stone everywhere. It raised pyramids, cut tombs into cliffs, hauled obelisks, terraced hillsides, and reshaped whole landscapes with organized labor, patience, and engineering skill. None of that is in doubt. But Baalbek has a way of pushing even that respect into something heavier and stranger. The site does not simply suggest ambition. It suggests a willingness to take an already difficult task and make it harder than it needs to be. That is part of what makes the mystery endure. The question is not only how these stones were moved, it is why anyone chose to move stones of that size at all. The numbers alone create a kind of disbelief. Modern people are used to reading extraordinary measurements on screens, where scale loses its force. A block is described as 800 tons, 900 tons, more than 1,000 tons, and the eye passes over the figure without really feeling it. But in Baalbek the abstraction disappears. The weight becomes visible in edges, in length, in height, in the way the courses of masonry below and above look suddenly ordinary by comparison. The famous trilithon, the 3 giant stones set high within the western retaining wall of the great podium, each measures roughly 19 meters long and weighs somewhere near 800 tons or more, depending on the estimate. Nearby, in the quarry, unfinished stones survive that are larger still. They are not legend. They are there. They can be measured. They are physical facts lying in sunlight. Scholars still debate the full sequence of construction and the exact rationale behind the largest blocks, but no single explanation fully accounts for the emotional shock of encountering them in person. They are at once utterly real and faintly unreasonable. That feeling is part of Baalbek's power. It has always invited exaggeration because the truth already sounds exaggerated. Medieval travellers wrote of giants. Later visitors imagined antediluvian civilizations, biblical kings, vanished engineers with lost technologies, or visitors from elsewhere entirely. In more recent centuries, fringe theories would settle over the site as naturally as dust, because wherever the human past leaves behind something unusually large, unsupported certainty rushes in to fill the gap between what is known and what feels imaginable. Yet Baalbek does not need aliens, forgotten super machines, or supernatural builders to be astonishing. The genuine mystery is stronger than that, because it lies within history rather than outside it. The puzzle is not that ancient people did something impossible. The puzzle is that they may have done something possible but so difficult, so logistically punishing, and so apparently excessive that even now the full logic behind it remains elusive. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. The site now called Baalbek stands in modern Lebanon, in the fertile Bekaa Valley between mountain ranges that have always made this region a corridor as much as a boundary. Armies pass through it, merchants pass through it, ideas pass through it, religions settle, layer, merge, and leave traces. This city, known to the Romans as Heliopolis, became one of the grand monumental centres of the Roman Near East. And much of what survives today is Roman in visible character. Immense temple remains, colossal columns, decorated stonework, stairways, courts, and the formal logic of imperial architecture pushed toward theatrical grandeur. Yet even that statement needs caution. Baalbek is not a clean historical snapshot. It is a layered site, reused and rebuilt across long stretches of time. What survives above ground is only part of the story. What survives below, and what has been rearranged or erased, matters just as much. The evidence remains incomplete, and that incompleteness is one reason the site continues to provoke argument. What makes the argument unusually intense is that Baalbek presents two different kinds of awe at once. There is the awe of decoration and scale familiar from Roman architecture at its most ambitious. And then there is the rawer, more primitive awe of megalithic stone. Columns can inspire admiration. Enormous monoliths provoke a different reaction. They feel less like architecture and more like geology forced into obedience. At Baalbek, these two impressions collide. Refined imperial temple design stands on or beside blocks so massive that they seem to belong to another category of construction entirely. That contrast has encouraged a question that has never fully gone away. Are all parts of Baalbek's great platform truly of the same historical phase and intention? Or does the site preserve an earlier monumental logic later adapted by Roman builders? Scholars still debate aspects of that issue. Some elements are securely dated, others are less straightforward. The temptation to force the whole site into one simple explanation remains strong, but the stones resist simplicity. Seen from a distance, ancient construction often appears to be the triumph of design. Seen up close, it is the triumph of organization. Every great monument is a frozen record of quarrying schedules, food supply, labor control, transport planning, technical knowledge, social hierarchy, and the ability of some authority to compel thousands of decisions to converge on one objective. Baalbek seems to concentrate all of that into a single landscape. The quarry is close, but not close enough to make transport trivial. The terrain helps in some ways and complicates in others. The stones must be detached, shaped, moved, possibly stored, maneuvered, and placed with extraordinary precision. Each step multiplies the danger of failure. A crack developing at the wrong moment could waste months or years. A transport system that worked for a 50-ton block might fail catastrophically at 500. Ancient builders understood margins of safety, even if they did not express them in modern equations. which makes the presence of these stones even more arresting. They suggest either enormous confidence or an enormous tolerance for risk. The quarry itself preserves some of the eeriest evidence. To leave a giant stone unfinished in the bedrock is to leave behind a thought interrupted. One can still see where ancient workers cut channels around the monoliths, where the stone begins to separate from the living rock, where the intended block emerges like a form half-released. These abandoned giants matter because they pull the mystery out of myth and back into process. They show that the builders did not merely inherit giant stones from some inaccessible past. At least some were actively being quarried. Whatever methods were used, human hands, human tools, and human plans were involved. And yet the unfinished state of these stones also hints at limits. Perhaps a flaw was discovered, perhaps priorities changed, perhaps the builders recognized that a block on paper and a block in motion are not the same thing. What survives in the record suggests ambition pressing against practicality, and practicality sometimes pushing back. There is also something unsettling in the fact that Baalbek's most famous question may be the wrong first question. People ask how the stones were moved because that is the most dramatic technical problem. But ancient engineers solved many dramatic technical problems. They hauled obelisks from quarries in Egypt, moved massive columns across land and sea, and created foundations for temples, harbours, roads, bridges, and aqueducts across a vast empire and beyond. The more disturbing question may be why builders at Baalbek chose the largest possible expression of power when smaller, more manageable stones could have achieved the structural purpose. Great ancient architecture is often practical within its own symbolic language. At Baalbek, symbolism and practicality seem to strain against each other. The scale feels almost argumentative, as if the builders wanted the platform itself to make a statement no visitor could miss. This sanctuary stands above ordinary limits. And perhaps that is where the mystery begins to shift. Baalbek is not mysterious because it has no context. It is mysterious because it has too much. Phoenician religion, Hellenistic influence, Roman imperial ambition, local tradition, later Christian and Islamic reuse, medieval legend, early modern speculation, modern archaeology, nationalist memory, tourism, and popular pseudo-history have all settled over the site like successive coats of interpretation. Each era sees what it is prepared to see. For some, Baalbek is proof of ancient genius. For others, it is proof that official history must be hiding something. For archaeologists and historians, it is something both more disciplined and more tantalizing, a site where enough evidence survives to exclude fantasy, but not enough to silence every debate. That is a rare and dangerous combination. It keeps the monument alive in the imagination. Even the name carries layers. Baalbek evokes ancient Semitic worship, a place associated with the storm god Baal, and later transformed through Hellenistic and Roman religious identities. Heliopolis, the Roman name, links it to the language of solar divinity and imperial ordering. Names do not merely label sites, they reframe them. Over centuries, the place becomes many places at once: sanctuary, city, fortress, quarry, ruin, pilgrimage of curiosity, and unresolved argument in stone. Every layer leaves something behind and obscures something else. The Roman temples dominate the skyline now because monumental imperial architecture tends to dominate whatever survives near it. But beneath and around that visible grandeur, subtler histories remain harder to read. The evidence of early phases is fragmentary. Later building episodes reuse older materials. Earthquakes displace stones. Excavation reveals some things and destroys context for others. No single explanation fully accounts for every anomaly, and that is precisely why Baalbek continues to resist closure. To enter the mystery properly, then, is to do more than stare upward in amazement. It is to accept that the site is both less magical and more astonishing than myth prefers. There is no reason to think supernatural forces raised these stones. There is every reason to think ancient builders, with tools and labour that belonged fully to their own world, conceived and executed works of extraordinary difficulty here. Yet saying that does not dissolve the problem, it sharpens it. Human beings did this, real administrations, real quarrymen, real masons, real planners, real animals dragging real loads over real ground. Somewhere behind the surviving stones there were calculations made without modern notation, commands issued in now vanished voices, ropes stretched taut, sledges groaning, scaffolds trembling, men checking alignment by eye, and a larger intention holding the whole operation together. That lost intention is part of what the visitor feels without being able to name it. Because in the end, Baalbek is not just a site of ruins, it is a site of decisions. Someone chose this place. Someone enlarged it. Someone imagined a sanctuary grand enough to demand not merely excellence, but excess. Someone approved the quarrying of monoliths so large that centuries later, people would look at them and suspect impossibility. Somewhere in that chain of choices lies the beginning of the answer, and perhaps the beginning of the deeper mystery too. For if these stones can be explained as the product of ancient engineering, empire, and religious spectacle, they still leave behind a quieter unease. Explanation is not the same as satisfaction. The blocks remain where they are, or where they were left, and the human mind still has to bridge the gap between understanding them in theory and believing in them as acts once carried out in the physical world. That is why Baalbek endures, not merely because it is old, or grand, or broken beautifully in the light, but because it occupies that narrow place where history is most compelling, the place where the evidence is solid, the achievement is undeniable, and the full meaning remains just out of reach. To approach the site is to feel the ancient world become heavier than expected. Stone ceases to be background and becomes the main event. The platform ceases to be a foundation and becomes a statement. The quarry ceases to be a workplace and becomes a kind of frozen question. The ruins above are magnificent, the stones below and beneath them a stranger, and once they have been seen, the ordinary scale of ancient construction no longer feels quite so ordinary. Baalbek waits there in the valley, sunlit and silent, as though it has all the time in the world for human beings to keep trying to explain what they built. Long before the Romans covered Baalbek in colonnades and carved capitals, long before the name Heliopolis tied the place to the language of empire, the valley itself is already preparing the stage. The Beker is not an empty backdrop waiting for civilization to arrive. It is an old corridor of settlement, cultivation, movement, and belief, a high interior plain stretched between the Lebanon and anti-Lebanon mountains, fertile enough to feed communities and open enough to connect coast, inland Syria, and routes farther south. Water, arable land, and strategic passage give this landscape a kind of gravitational pull. People do not simply pass through it, they pause, build, worship, trade, and return. That matters, because monumental sites rarely appear out of nowhere. They usually grow where geography has already concentrated human attention for generations, sometimes for millennia, before the surviving stone makes that long attraction visible. The first challenge in telling Baalbek's story is that the deepest phases of the site are harder to see than the later ones. Roman architecture survives at a scale that overwhelms almost everything earlier, and that visual dominance can mislead the imagination. It tempts the visitor to think the history begins with the great temples because the great temples are what the eye can still grasp. Archaeology says otherwise. The area was occupied well before the Roman period, and the broader region preserves evidence of very long human presence. What remains uncertain is not whether people were here early, but how exactly the sacred and built history of the specific monumental core developed before the Roman transformation. Scholars still debate the nature and extent of pre-Roman construction beneath and around the later complex. The evidence remains incomplete, partly because later building episodes disturbed earlier layers, and partly because ancient sacred sites are often rebuilt in ways that preserve ritual continuity while destroying architectural clarity. This is one of the quiet rules of ancient history. The most important places are often the hardest to read, because they are the places least likely to have been left alone. A shrine attracts expansion. A successful sanctuary attracts donors. A politically useful sanctuary attracts rulers. Old walls become foundations. Old platforms are widened. Stones are reused. Sacred ground accumulates not just offerings and structures, but decisions made by different cultures for different reasons. Baalbek fits that pattern. By the time Rome arrives with the resources to monumentalize it on an extraordinary scale, the place is already carrying older associations. It is not chosen at random from a map. It is inherited, adapted, and amplified. The very name Baalbek points toward those deeper layers, even if names can mislead as well as reveal. The element Baal evokes a title used widely in the Semitic world for a lord or deity, often associated with storm and fertility. It does not automatically solve the site's early history, and scholars are careful not to force simple continuity where the record is patchy. Religious identities change, titles migrate, cults merge or are reinterpreted. Yet the survival of the name suggests that long before Imperial Rome dressed the sanctuary in classical forms, the location already belonged to a sacred landscape rooted in local traditions. What survives in the record suggests a place where indigenous worship, later Hellenistic influence, and finally Roman religious and political symbolism become layered rather than neatly replaced. That layering is crucial. Baalbek is not a monument imposed on a blank plain. It is a monumental answer to an already meaningful place. To understand why this matters, it helps to look beyond the site itself and imagine the ancient Near East not as a mosaic of isolated cultures, but as a world of continual contact. Ideas travel with merchants, armies, pilgrims, and administrators. Rituals are adapted. Gods acquire new names. One ruler absorbs the local cult of another region and translates it into his own political language. A highland sanctuary in the Bekaa Valley can therefore be both local and international at once. It can serve nearby communities and also become legible to larger powers seeking legitimacy. That is exactly the kind of place that tends to accumulate architecture over long periods. Its sacred value is never purely spiritual. It is social, economic, and political as well. There is also a practical reason early sanctuaries often occupy places later deemed ideal for monumental building. They are already central in patterns of movement. The Bekaa Valley's importance is not abstract. It lies within a zone where inland and coastal worlds intersect, where agricultural richness can support populations, and where routes between major cultural regions converge. A sanctuary here can receive offerings, labour, and attention from a wide catchment. It can become a destination. Once that process begins, sacred prestige feeds upon itself. The more important a place becomes, the more worthwhile it is to enhance it, the more impressive it looks, the more convincing its importance becomes. Monumentality is never just about religion. It is also about managing visibility. Yet if Baalbek likely possesses a long, pre-Roman sacred history, that does not mean the full later complex simply preserves an unchanged ancient core. This is where the story becomes delicate. Popular imagination loves straight lines. A prehistoric sacred site becomes a Bronze Age sanctuary, then a Phoenician temple, then a Hellenistic shrine, then a Roman mega-complex, all in one neat ascending sequence. Real history is rarely so cooperative. Some continuities are plausible, others are inferential. The evidence for the earliest monumental stages at Baalbek is fragmentary enough that no single reconstruction commands universal agreement. That uncertainty has left space for two opposite distortions. One is to minimize everything before Rome and treat the site almost entirely as a Roman creation. The other is to attribute nearly all the most impressive stonework to some vaguely earlier and more mysterious civilization. Neither extreme does justice to the complexity of the place. What can be said with confidence is that Roman builders were working in a location already marked by older importance. The sacred identity of the site did not spring into existence with imperial planning. There are traces of occupation and worship that predate the monumental Roman phases, and the cultic significance of the place almost certainly contributed to Rome's willingness to invest heavily there. Empires do not merely build where they can, they build where they gain symbolic advantage. Taking over a long-venerated sanctuary and rearticulating it in imperial form is a classic act of power. It says that the old holiness still matters, but now it speaks through a new political order. That logic is visible across the ancient world. Rome repeatedly absorbs local cults, not always by suppressing them, but by monumentalizing and reorganizing them. The local god survives, yet appears within a vocabulary Rome can endorse. Indigenous tradition becomes imperial spectacle. Baalbek is especially striking because this process seems to occur at such overwhelming scale. But the logic is familiar. If the site already held regional significance, then enlarging it becomes more than a devotional act. It becomes a territorial statement. It says that Rome does not merely govern the land. It commands the sacred geography of the land. Still, before that Roman phase reaches full expression, there must have been generations when Baalbek was important without yet being colossal. This is the part of the story easiest to lose because the surviving architecture speaks so loudly. The earlier sanctuary may have been modest by later standards while still carrying enormous symbolic weight. Many ancient holy places begin not with grand buildings, but with a spring, a rock outcrop, a high place, a sacred enclosure, an altar, or an open-air cult site where repeated ritual over centuries gives the location its force. Monumental architecture often comes late. First comes recognition, then repetition, then patronage, then stone. In that sense, the deepest history of Baalbek may not begin with walls at all, but with a landscape made meaningful through use. That possibility helps explain something important about the site's later gigantism. The most extravagant sacred complexes often arise where memory is already thick. A ruler can build large anywhere, but building large at an old sacred place carries a different charge. It allows new architecture to borrow the authority of time itself. The monument appears not as an innovation, but as the fulfillment of something ancient. Whether or not the builders believed that in exactly those terms, the effect is similar. Age legitimizes expansion. Expansion advertises age. The sanctuary becomes both older and newer at once. There are hints, too, that the wider region around Baalbek participated in long traditions of settlement and cult that cannot be reduced to a single ethnic or political label. Modern categories such as Phoenician, Hellenistic, Roman, or local Semitic are useful. But ancient people often lived at their intersections. A sanctuary could speak more than one cultural language. It could host rituals whose forms changed while the place itself remained continuous. At Baalbek, later identifications of deities with Jupiter, Venus, and Bacchus do not erase the probability of earlier local worship traditions lying beneath those labels. Interpretatio, the ancient habit of equating one culture's gods with another's, often conceals how much adaptation is taking place. The result is a religious landscape that is neither wholly replaced nor wholly preserved. This matters for the mystery of the stones because chronology shapes explanation. If the largest and strangest masonry belongs firmly to Roman engineering, then the puzzle is one of imperial overreach, technical capability, and symbolic excess within a known historical framework. If some key elements rest on an earlier megalithic phase later reused by Roman architects, then the puzzle broadens into a longer history of sacred construction in the valley. Scholars still debate aspects of this issue, and the dating of certain structures or substructures is not always as secure in popular retellings as people assume. That does not mean the site is unknowable. It means that Baalbek must be approached as stratified evidence, not as a single frozen moment. The valley itself reinforces that sense of duration. Seasons pass differently in a fertile inland plain than in a desert or on a windswept coast. Agricultural rhythms tie communities to place. Harvests require continuity. Roads and tracks become habits in the land. Villages rise, change, and endure nearby. A sanctuary in such a setting can become a long-term anchor of regional life, not merely a ceremonial destination. It can witness generations arriving with offerings, petitions, anxieties about weather, gratitude for fertility, fear of war, hope for protection. Before colossal blocks are ever discussed, there is already a human pattern here, people repeatedly turning toward one place because it seems charged with meaning. That older human pattern gives Baalbek some of its emotional depth. Even the Roman ruins, for all their grandeur, sit inside a landscape that feels older than Rome can account for. The mountains close the horizon. The plain opens beneath them. The light changes across stone and field much as it must have done in antiquity. It is easy to imagine how a place like this becomes sacred long before architecture fixes that sacredness in visible form. A commanding site does not need a finished temple to begin attracting belief. Sometimes a commanding site is the first temple, and perhaps that is why later builders, whoever first began enlarging the sanctuary beyond ordinary scale, were willing to think so ambitiously here. They were not trying to create importance from nothing. They were responding to a place that already possessed it. The great Roman terraces and temples that would eventually dominate Baalbek may be the most visible expression of that response, but they are unlikely to be the first. Beneath imperial stone lies accumulated attention. Beneath spectacle lies memory. Beneath the famous engineering problem lies a simpler and older truth this valley had already convinced people to gather, build, and worship here long before anyone dreamed of setting monoliths into a podium wall. By the time the surviving ruins begin to take shape, then Baalbek is already carrying the weight of inherited sanctity. That weight cannot be measured in tons. It leaves no neat quarry marks, yet it may be just as important to the story as the giant blocks themselves. Monuments of extreme scale are rarely born from engineering alone. They are born when technical capacity meets a place people already believe cannot be ordinary. Baalbek seems to be one of those places. Rome will eventually turn that belief into architecture on a scale the valley had never seen. But the urge to set this ground apart, to mark it, enlarge it, and return to it, belongs to a deeper past. Before the podium, before the trilithon, before the quarry's unfinished giants, there is already a sacred centre in the valley, half hidden now beneath later grandeur, but still present in the logic of everything that follows. Once a place has been marked as sacred for long enough, building upon it stops being a simple matter of construction and becomes an act of interpretation. Every new wall makes a claim about what the place means. Every enlargement declares that the old centre of reverence is still alive, but now deserves a grander frame, a wider court, a higher platform, a more imposing approach. At Baalbek, somewhere between the early sacred life of the site and the full theatrical monumentality of the Roman age, that process appears to cross an invisible threshold. The sanctuary does not merely grow, it begins to think in terms of mass. It begins to lift itself above the valley in a way that is both practical and symbolic. What may once have been a revered local cult place starts becoming a statement in stone, and from that point onward the history of Baalbek is no longer only religious, it is architectural ambition gathering momentum. This stage is harder to reconstruct than the later Roman phases because it lies in the zone where continuity and transformation overlap. A sanctuary is rarely rebuilt all at once. More often it accumulates changes that only in hindsight look like a coherent plan. A retaining wall is added here, a terrace widened there, a court regularized, an older shrine enclosed, a platform thickened to support something larger in the future. What survives in the record suggests that Baalbek's sacred core did not leap overnight from an earlier local sanctuary to the completed grandeur visible in later centuries. Rather, the site likely passed through intermediate phases in which older religious importance attracted larger architectural expression, and larger architecture in turn increased the site's prestige. Scholars still debate the exact sequence, but the broad logic is recognizable. Sacred importance draws investment. Investment magnifies sacred importance. The cycle becomes self-reinforcing. This is the moment when scale begins to matter in a new way. A shrine can be ancient and holy without being especially large. But once powerful patrons or ruling systems enter the story, size becomes a language. Height means authority. Elevated terraces separate the sacred from the ordinary ground of daily life. Monumental courts allow processions, assemblies, offerings, and the choreography of public devotion. Stone does more than endure. It disciplines movement and sight. It tells approaching visitors where to look, how to ascend, where to stop, and what power presides above them. At Baalbek, the sanctuary seems to have been developing toward exactly that kind of elevated, orchestrated presence. The platform is not merely a technical solution to uneven terrain. It is also a deliberate way of making holiness visible from a distance. There is something deeply ancient in that instinct. Across many cultures, sacred places rise. They are set on acropolises, tells, terraces, stepped platforms, artificial mounds, or mountain slopes. Elevation carries meanings that do not require formal theology to become persuasive. What is above feels closer to the divine, harder to approach casually, less entangled with everyday human traffic. To raise a sanctuary is therefore to mark it as exceptional and to require effort from those who seek it. Climbing becomes part of reverence. At Baalbek, the later terrace and podium works push this principle to extraordinary scale, but the impulse behind them may have older roots. Even before the giant Roman temples dominate the skyline, the place seems to be moving toward an architecture of separation and display. That movement is important because it helps explain why the site becomes capable of attracting gigantic building works later on. Monumentality does not begin when the bigger stones arrive. It begins when a community, priesthood, dynasty, or governing authority decides that the sacred place should no longer simply exist within the landscape, but should dominate it. Once that shift occurs, each generation can inherit not just a sanctuary, but an expectation that the sanctuary ought to be enlarged, clarified, and made more impressive than before. In that sense, the most colossal phases of Baalbek may have roots in earlier decisions that were more modest in appearance but radical in implication. The first terrace is already a kind of declaration. The first major retaining wall already says that ordinary building is no longer enough. One of the subtler features of ancient sacred development is that engineering and ritual rarely remain separate for long. A sanctuary with prestige must manage crowds, weather, offerings, access routes, storage, water, and ceremonial movement. Those practical demands can drive real architectural change. At the same time, architecture can amplify ritual meaning. A wider forecourt allows larger festivals. A higher platform makes the god's dwelling more imposing. More durable materials turn fleeting devotion into a claim of permanence. At Baalbek, what may begin as practical adaptation to a sacred site's increasing importance gradually converges with the aesthetics of power. The result is a place where utility and symbolism become almost impossible to separate. A retaining structure is also a visual statement. A platform is also an argument about rank. A wall is also a kind of theology. The evidence for these intermediate phases remains frustratingly partial, and this partiality has shaped nearly every later debate about the site. When archaeology encounters a heavily rebuilt sanctuary, it rarely finds a clean ladder of stages. Instead, it finds fragments, foundations reused in later works, blocks reset in new contexts, alignments that suggest earlier plans, disturbed layers, and masonry relationships that can be interpreted in more than one way. That is why Baalbek has generated so many competing reconstructions. Some see a largely Roman project with antecedents of local worship but limited earlier monumentality. Others argue that significant substructures predate the full Roman program and may reflect earlier large-scale building activity. No single explanation fully accounts for every feature, and the surviving evidence does not always speak with one voice. Yet regardless of where specific stones are dated, this sanctuary's development seems to involve a steady enlargement of ambition before the site reaches its most famous extremes. There is also a political logic to this progression. A sacred place becomes more useful to ambitious rulers precisely when it is already old, already visited, already trusted, already woven into regional memory. Investing in such a place is never only pious, it is strategic. It binds political power to inherited reverence. It turns local devotion into a stage on which authority can perform legitimacy. A ruler or administration that widens a terrace, rebuilds an enclosure, or sponsors a new temple is not simply honoring the god. It is inserting itself into the site's accumulated prestige. At Baalbek, this process likely begins before the site's final and most spectacular monumental form is complete. The sanctuary becomes a place where architecture can signal not just worship, but stewardship, continuity, and command. That helps explain why the sanctuary might begin to exceed purely local needs. Once a cult center acquires regional importance, its architecture no longer serves only the nearby population. It serves pilgrims, officials, benefactors, allied elites, merchants, and anyone whose journey through the valley brings them within sight of its rising profile. The monument becomes a message to strangers as much as a space for devotees. It says that this place matters, that it is protected, endowed, ancient, and connected to power beyond the horizon. The more such messages matter, the more architecture tends to swell. Ordinary stone gives way to prestige stone. Rough functionality gives way to ordered geometry. Sacred enclosure becomes ceremonial urbanism. At some point in this growth, the site starts to acquire that peculiar Baalbek quality in which one senses not only grandeur, but surplus grandeur. Something about the surviving remains suggests a project not content with adequacy. The platform becomes larger than minimal necessity would seem to require. The masonry aspires to precision at enormous scale. Later additions do not merely embellish an existing sacred centre, they seem determined to make it overwhelming. That escalation does not necessarily begin with one master plan. More likely, it is the product of cumulative decisions in which each new intervention is judged against what is already there, and finds mere competence insufficient. Monumental sites often evolve this way. Once a sanctuary has crossed into exceptional status, the next sponsor or builder cannot easily think small. The human experience of such a growing sanctuary would also have changed over time. An early visitor might have approached a revered enclosure marked by offerings, altars, and local ritual continuity. A later one would encounter more formal thresholds, more imposing walls, perhaps a heightened sense of controlled access. The climb would feel more ceremonial. The sacred precinct would become more differentiated from the surrounding settlement. Certain sight lines would be choreographed. Specific approaches would be privileged. All of this matters because monumentality is not just about what is built, it is about what is felt. The sanctuary teaches the body how to experience authority. At Baalbek, long before tourists puzzle over weights and crane theories, ancient visitors are already being taught that this is not simply another temple. It is a place raised above the ordinary order of things. There is a lesser-known detail hidden inside many ancient construction histories. The most consequential phase is often the one that leaves the least visible splendor. Decorative programs catch the eye and survive in drawings, but the deeper transformation usually happens in groundwork. Terraces, foundations, retaining walls, leveling operations, drainage systems, and platform enlargements do not always attract admiration equal to columns and carvings, yet they determine what the site can become. At Baalbek, this truth feels especially important. Before the famous superstructure can astonish anyone, the ground itself must be disciplined on a huge scale. The sanctuary is being prepared for magnitude. Even if later Roman works dominate the scene, the idea of Baalbek as a place that must stand on an exceptional substructure may take shape through these earlier or transitional enlargements. This is where sacred continuity and engineering begin to fuse into something more distinctive. A holy place attracts repeated building not only because people wish to honor it, but because every generation inherits physical constraints from the last. Old walls define later alignments. Earlier terraces invite widening rather than abandonment. Existing sacred focal points resist relocation. The result is that practical decisions made in one century can force monumental solutions in another. Baalbek's later megalithic puzzles may therefore have roots not only in ideology, but in path dependence. Once the sanctuary had been committed to a certain elevated form. Later builders may have faced structural and spatial demands that encouraged ever larger interventions. In that sense, the site grows not only by vision, but by accumulation. Each phase narrows the choices of the next. And yet accumulation alone cannot explain the boldness that seems to gather at Baalbek. Many sanctuaries grow gradually without ever approaching this scale. Something more is present here, a rising confidence that the site can bear, and perhaps deserves, monumentality beyond the norm. Whether that confidence begins under local elites, Hellenistic influence, or reaches full force only under Rome, the transition matters. Baalbek ceases to be simply a sacred place and becomes a sacred project. It is now something to be completed, enlarged, perfected, and made visible in stone on a scale matching its perceived importance. That change in mentality is one of the most significant turning points in the entire story. By the time the Roman city of Heliopolis emerges in full view, the sanctuary is ready to be absorbed into a larger imperial architectural language. But it is not an empty stage waiting for Roman genius. It has already been thickened by memory, use, and probably earlier building campaigns whose outlines survive only imperfectly. The Romans will give Baalbek much of the visible form by which the world knows it. They will also sharpen the engineering mystery to an extraordinary degree. Yet the impulse to elevate this site, enlarge it, and distinguish it from the surrounding valley belongs to a longer arc. The sanctuary becomes monumental before it becomes famous. It learns to rise before it learns to astonish. This is the point at which Baalbek starts to feel inevitable in retrospect. Once a sacred centre in a strategic and fertile valley has accumulated age, prestige, and architectural enlargement, some later ruler was always likely to see in it the chance for something larger still. The old sanctuary is now too important to remain modest. It has become a magnet for ambition. What stands there must now match what the place is believed to be. And when that logic takes hold, the path leads naturally toward empire, toward terraces broad enough for imperial ritual, toward masonry that test the limits of labour and technique, and toward a platform whose stones will outlive the names of almost everyone who ordered them. The sanctuary has become more than holy ground. It has become a monument in search of its final form. When Rome enters the story in full, Baalbek stops being only a regional sacred centre and becomes something larger, louder, and more legible to the imperial eye. The old place in the valley is not abandoned or replaced. It is translated. Its sanctity is recast in the language of Roman power. And in that translation the site is expanded into one of the most imposing religious complexes in the Roman world. The city becomes known as Heliopolis, the city of the sun, a name that already reveals the kind of cultural layering the empire prefers. Local divinity and older sacred prestige are not erased so much as absorbed into a broader cosmopolitan vocabulary of gods, sovereignty, and order. Yet the transformation is not merely symbolic. It is carved into the landscape with such force that much of what visitors still see today belongs to this Roman remaking. This is where the visible grandeur of Baalbek largely takes shape. The remains of the great temple of Jupiter, the temple of Bacchus, and the smaller circular temple often associated with Venus all belong to a monumental program that turns the sanctuary into an imperial statement in stone. The scale is extraordinary even by Roman standards. The Temple of Jupiter once stood on a colossal podium with a vast courtyard and towering columns, some of which still dominate the site today, rising like fragments of a forest too large for the human body. The Temple of Bacchus, remarkably well preserved by comparison, shows the density of Roman decorative language at its most elaborate carved friezes, engaged columns, deep doorways, and the kind of sculptural richness that can make stone seem almost soft in late afternoon light. These are not provincial improvisations. They belong to a world in which Roman architecture has already become a mature instrument of imperial display. And that matters, because Baalbek is sometimes treated in popular imagination as if it stood outside ordinary Roman achievement, when in fact part of its mystery comes from existing firmly inside that world while still pushing at its edges. Rome knows how to build big. That is not the issue. It knows how to quarry, transport, lift, align, level, and stage architecture for maximum theatrical effect. It has moved obelisks in Egypt, thrown bridges across major rivers, created harbours from hydraulic concrete, cut roads through mountains, and spread standardized engineering across thousands of miles. The empire's builders are not guessing amateurs bewildered by heavy stone. They belong to a civilization that turns organization into one of its central arts. When Baalbek receives a vast Roman monumental program, the question is not whether Roman engineers could create large temples. They plainly could. The real question is why, at this site, their ambition seems to become so concentrated. Heliopolis is not simply a religious centre. It is also an assertion of presence in a region where power must be seen as well as administered. Rome often builds magnificently where magnificence can do political work. Monumental sanctuaries bind local elites to imperial frameworks. They attract pilgrimage, prestige, and commerce. They make the empire feel durable. In frontier-adjacent or culturally layered provinces, architecture can serve as diplomacy in stone, presenting Roman rule not merely as military occupation, but as the custodian and enhancer of sacred order. Baalbek is a perfect candidate for that strategy. It already possesses deep local significance, sits in an important valley, and can be elevated into a sanctuary whose scale announces that Rome has not merely inherited the place. Rome has perfected it. The chronology of the Roman works, however, is not as simple in detail as the tourist eye might assume. Construction at Baalbek unfolds across generations. The great sanctuary is not finished in one burst by one emperor with one clean master plan. Different phases extend over long periods, and various rulers likely contribute to or benefit from the ongoing project. This matters because monumental building in the Roman world often operates across decades or centuries, with designs adjusted, expanded, delayed, or reinterpreted according to shifting political priorities and available resources. Baalbek fits that pattern. The Temple of Jupiter, the Great Courtyard, the hexagonal forecourt, the Temple of Bacchus, and later additions belong to a complex developmental history rather than a single construction event. Scholars still debate some details of sequence and planning, and the evidence remains incomplete in places. But the broad picture is clear. Roman Baalbek is the product of sustained imperial investment, not a one-time act of inspiration. This long duration complicates the mystery in useful ways. A site built over generations accumulates internal logic that is not always obvious from the final ruin. Early decisions constrain later possibilities. Foundations laid for one stage may invite more ambitious superstructures in another. Courtyards, stairways, and retaining systems can evolve as later builders seek to regularize or monumentalize what earlier builders began. That is one reason Baalbek cannot be reduced to a single moment of genius or a single engineering trick. It is a layered Roman project, and perhaps also a project layered onto earlier sacred and architectural histories. That combination makes it more historically plausible and more difficult to summarize. The grandeur of the visible remains belongs largely to Rome, but not every structural question becomes simple just because Roman builders are involved. The Temple of Jupiter sits at the heart of that tension. In its finished conception, it is one of the largest temple complexes in the empire, designed not merely to house a cult statue or host local rites, but to overwhelm. Visitors ascend, cross vast open spaces, and confront architecture scaled to produce awe as a bodily experience. The surviving columns of the temple, among the tallest in the classical world, still communicate something of that effect. They do not just rise. They establish proportions so immense that people below seem almost incidental to the building's intended audience. This is the architecture of a state that knows spectacle can discipline the imagination. To stand within the sanctuary is to learn, almost against one's will, that the world which built this place expected reverence and could afford extravagance. Yet this is also where the difficulty begins. The Roman sanctuary, for all its coherence and magnificence, sits upon and beside substructures whose most famous elements feel almost disproportionate even within so grand a program. The great podium and terrace works supporting the Temple of Jupiter are not merely large. Some parts of them are megalithic in a way that seems to exceed ordinary Roman preference, or at least to push it toward an extreme. Roman builders often favor efficiency, modularity, repeatable methods, and the skilled use of many substantial but manageable pieces. They are certainly capable of moving huge elements when desired, but Baalbek's largest blocks still invite a pause. This is why the Roman attribution of much of the site does not end the debate, it reframes it. If Rome built these features, then why this way, here, and to this degree? To answer that, one has to resist a false contrast that has distorted popular discussion for generations. There is a habit of speaking as though a structure must be either Roman and therefore rationally explicable, or pre-Roman and therefore darkly mysterious. Real monuments are rarely so obedient to our categories. Roman builders inherit traditions, adapt local conditions, reuse earlier structures, and sometimes pursue display beyond the minimal demands of structural necessity. A Roman attribution does not guarantee simplicity. It simply places the problem inside a better understood world of ancient engineering. Imperial ideology and regional sacred politics. Baalbek then becomes not a loophole in history, but one of the most challenging expressions of history's normal processes pushed unusually far. There is also a distinctly Roman pleasure in excess when excess can symbolize command. Imperial architecture often aims not at modest optimization, but at visible overperformance. A bridge does not merely cross a river, it demonstrates mastery over geography. A forum does not merely provide civic space, it stages hierarchy. A temple does not merely house worship, it declares a cosmic order mirrored by imperial order. At Baalbek, this instinct seems amplified by the nature of the site itself. An already venerable sanctuary in a dramatic valley invites a response large enough to proclaim that Rome has not simply joined the sacred conversation, it has taken control of the grammar. The result is a monumental complex whose scale may partly reflect practical needs, but equally reflects the imperial desire to make those needs inseparable from magnificence. One lesser-known but revealing aspect of Roman monumental building is how much of it depends on patience rather than speed. Modern people often assume ancient construction must have been crude because it lacked machinery in the industrial sense, but empire can substitute time, labour, and organisational depth for mechanical convenience. If a project can be spread across reigns, if labour can be mobilised seasonally or through specialised crews, if quarrying and transport can be staged over years, then feats that seem implausible in a short burst become possible in a long administrative rhythm. Baalbek likely belongs to that rhythm. Its greatest works are not miracles of sudden effort. They are accumulations of planning, extraction, adjustment, and recommitment over spans long enough to outlast individual careers. That does not make them easy. It makes them more historically intelligible. Still, the Romans do not solve every puzzle they inherit, and they do not always finish every ambition they begin. At Baalbek, traces of incompletion and adaptation remain part of the story. Some monumental intentions appear to outrun execution. Some quarry blocks are left behind. Some phases suggest revision rather than simple linear completion. This should not be surprising. Monumental complexes are living projects as long as money, stability, and political will endure. They are also vulnerable to interruption. Changes in patronage, regional insecurity, imperial succession, technical reassessment, or local need can all alter the course of building. What survives at Baalbek is therefore both a realized sanctuary and a record of choices not fully brought to their intended end. By the height of the Roman period, however, Heliopolis is unmistakably one of the empire's great sacred showpieces. Pilgrims and visitors do not need technical drawings to understand what the place is saying. The broad courts, the stairways, the towering columns, the richly ornamented walls, and the commanding podium all communicate the same essential message. This is a centre where divine favour and imperial order appear fused. The sacred has been staged at a metropolitan scale in the middle of a valley, whose importance is now refracted through Roman ambition, even centuries later, after damage, reuse, and ruin. That message remains legible enough to unsettle the modern eye. The place still feels more than local. It feels designed to be remembered. And yet remembering Baalbek as Roman alone leaves something unresolved. The visible Roman city of Heliopolis explains much of the architecture that astonishes visitors today, but it does not automatically settle every argument about the platform beneath, the sequence of terrace works, or the logic behind the larger stones. In a sense, Roman Baalbek creates the very conditions under which the deeper mystery becomes sharper. Because the superstructure is so obviously the product of a highly capable imperial civilization, the extreme masonry associated with the podium becomes harder, not easier to ignore. It is as though the orderliness of Roman design throws the abnormality of the biggest blocks into relief. That is why the Roman phase must be understood in two ways at once. It is the answer to much of Baalbek's fame, because without Rome the site would likely never have become one of antiquity's most imposing monumental sanctuaries. But it is also the beginning of the most persistent problem, because Roman grandeur provides a historically grounded framework within which certain construction choices still seem to strain ordinary explanation. The empire gave Baalbek its greatest architectural voice. It also gave the mystery its clearest stage. Once that stage exists, the podium itself begins to take over the story. Beneath the temples, beneath the ornate forms and imperial symbolism, lies the platform that changes everything. It is there, in the retaining walls, terrace edges, and giant monoliths. That admiration turns into scrutiny. The Roman city of Heliopolis can be understood as a triumph of empire. The platform beneath it demands a more uncomfortable kind of attention. It asks not simply what Rome built, but why Rome or anyone else would choose to build this way when lesser means might have sufficed. And from that point onward, the stones themselves become impossible to treat as mere support. They become the main event. The platform is where admiration gives way to unease. From a distance, Baalbek's great sanctuary can still be understood in the familiar terms of Roman monumentality: high stairs, vast courts, soaring columns, a city of stone arranged to magnify the sacred and the imperial at once. But the closer attention settles on the substructure beneath the Temple of Jupiter, the more the whole site begins to feel different. The podium does not behave like a mere base. It behaves like an argument. Its retaining walls and terrace works are so massive, and in places so unexpectedly massive, that they start to dominate the explanation of everything built above them. This is the moment Baalbek changes from a great ancient complex into a lasting engineering riddle. The temples inspire awe. The platform demands accounting. A sanctuary of this scale, of course, needs a serious foundation. That much is obvious. Builders must create level ground, manage slopes, resist settlement, and establish a stable base capable of carrying extraordinary loads. Large retaining structures are not surprising in themselves. Ancient engineers all across the Mediterranean and Near East know how to terrace hillsides, build thick platform walls, and create artificial levels where nature provides none. Rome in particular is expert in turning awkward terrain into ordered architecture. So the existence of a massive podium at Baalbek is not the mystery. The mystery begins when the podium appears to go beyond what normal structural prudence seems to require and into the realm of deliberate overstatement. It is not simply strong, it is emphatic. The great podium beneath the Temple of Jupiter is composed of large drafted stones, fitted with precision and laid in courses that convey immense stability. Much of this construction can be appreciated as the work of a highly capable ancient building culture responding to the demands of a monumental sacred platform. Yet certain sections draw disproportionate attention because they seem to represent a conscious escalation in size. The walls are not merely built from many large blocks. In some places they include stones of a scale that creates a break in expectation. The eye moves from impressive masonry to masonry that feels almost stubbornly excessive. This change matters because engineering is rarely just about what can be done. It is about what is worth doing. At Baalbek, that boundary becomes harder to locate. There is also an architectural subtlety here that often gets lost in popular descriptions. The podium is not a single monolithic object laid down in one transparent act. It is a complex structure with relationships between different walls, courses, and adjoining terrace systems that have long been studied and debated. Scholars have distinguished between what is sometimes described as the main temple podium and an outer or U-shaped retaining wall around it. And the relationship between these elements has implications for chronology and construction sequence. The details can become technical very quickly, but the larger point is simple enough the platform is not easy to reduce to one clean idea. Some parts look fully integrated into a Roman monumental program. Other parts have encouraged arguments that different phases, purposes, or building episodes may be involved. The evidence remains incomplete, and the masonry itself has become a kind of contested document. That contested quality is one reason the platform changes everything in the story of Baalbek. Up to this point, many of the site's questions can still be absorbed into broader patterns of ancient sacred development and Roman monumental architecture. Once the podium takes center stage, those broad patterns stop being sufficient on their own. Why are some stones so large? Why are they placed where they are placed? Why does a retaining system for a temple terrace include blocks, whose size seems to exceed the practical requirements of the job? Why does the substructure, normally subordinate in the imagination, take on such a commanding presence in the archaeology? No single explanation fully accounts for this. Structural need explains part of the platform. Symbolic display explains another part. Construction sequence explains more. But even when those pieces are placed together, something remains unsettled. Part of that unsettled feeling comes from the platform's strange combination of invisibility and dominance. In most monuments, the foundation exists to disappear beneath the spectacle above. Visitors admire the temple, not the retaining wall. They remember the columns, not the base. At Baalbek, the opposite begins to happen. The very thing meant to support the sacred display starts to eclipse it. Even people who come for the Roman grandeur often leave talking about the blocks. This inversion is telling. It suggests that ancient builders at Baalbek created a substructure so ambitious that later audiences could no longer treat it as background. The support became an attraction in its own right. Whether that was intended from the beginning or emerged from later ruin and exposure, the effect is undeniable. The podium no longer behaves as a hidden technical solution. It behaves as part of the monument's public identity. This may have mattered in antiquity too. A high platform does more than hold weight. It raises the sacred complex above the surrounding landscape and announces it from afar. The podium creates separation, both visual and symbolic. Approaching the sanctuary becomes a movement upward toward a precinct set apart from ordinary life. Massive retaining walls amplify that impression. They give the sanctuary a kind of artificial geology, as though the holy place has been granted its own cliff. At Baalbek, the scale of the terrace works contributes to the sense that the divine precinct is not merely built, but enthroned. In that respect, the platform is functional and theatrical at once. It solves engineering problems and performs sacred hierarchy. Yet even this dual explanation does not entirely account for the most gigantic elements. Plenty of sanctuaries are elevated without resorting to such extremes. One lesser-known but revealing issue is that ancient builders often preferred large stones for reasons that were not irrational, even when those choices seem extravagant to modern observers. Large blocks can improve stability by reducing the number of joints. They can make walls more resistant to certain forms of displacement. They can signal permanence and delete investment. They can also reduce the cumulative tolerance errors that arise when many smaller stones are stacked over long spans. In some settings, moving fewer very large stones may even make sense if the quarry is nearby and the builders possess proven methods for transport. Baalbek satisfies at least some of those conditions. The quarry lies close enough to make giant blocks conceivable, and the sanctuary clearly aims to communicate permanence on the grandest possible scale. So the platform is not a realm of pure irrationality. It belongs to a world where very large masonry has recognizable advantages. The problem is that Baalbek seems to press those advantages toward an extreme that remains difficult to justify fully. This is why the podium has attracted such polarized explanation. For some observers, it proves that mainstream archaeology is timid, that the ancient world must have possessed lost technologies or vanished civilizations whose capabilities later societies forgot. For others, it is simply an unusually ambitious but entirely explicable feat of ancient engineering, inflated into mystery by modern unfamiliarity with organized pre-industrial labor. Both reactions contain a grain of truth and a larger distortion. It is certainly true that modern people often underestimate what ancient builders can accomplish with time, manpower, and practical ingenuity. It is equally true that Baalbek stands near the upper edge of what such explanations feel comfortable handling. The site does not require fantasy, but it also does not deserve glib dismissal. The podium is genuinely difficult, which is why it continues to command serious attention. There is another reason the platform changes the argument. It forces chronology into the foreground. If the most extreme masonry belongs firmly to one Roman building phase, then the puzzle becomes one of Roman engineering choices, symbolic overbuilding, and the extraordinary logistics of imperial construction. If parts of the terrace system preserve earlier substructures later enclosed or adapted by Roman architects, then Baalbek's deepest mystery may stretch further back into pre-Roman sacred building traditions. The platform therefore becomes the place where questions of method and date intertwine. One cannot speak confidently about how and why the biggest blocks were used without also grappling with when different parts of the substructure were laid out. Scholars still debate these relationships, and the site's complex building history resists easy compression into popular summaries. The physical experience of standing before the podium helps explain why debates over chronology become so emotionally charged. The stones feel old in a way that carved ornament sometimes does not. decorative architecture belongs visibly to the cultural style of a known civilization. Massive, unadorned blocks seem to belong to something more elemental. They invite the imagination to place them further back in time, closer to origins, to first builders, to forgotten cults, to ages before refinement. This response is psychological rather than evidentiary, but it is powerful. It may partly explain why so many people instinctively want the greatest stones at Baalbek to be older than the Roman superstructure around them. Whether that instinct is justified in each case is another matter. The archaeology has to do more work than intuition. Still, the platform's visual language plainly differs from that of the temples above, and that difference has shaped every later interpretation. The podium also exposes a tension at the heart of monumental architecture itself. Ancient states and sanctuaries often build not only for necessity, but for memory. To raise a temple is one thing. To raise it on a base that seems almost impossible to ignore is another. The second choice aims beyond immediate use. It seeks to outlast doubt. It tells future viewers, even ruined future viewers, that the builders expected their work to be measured against time itself. At Baalbek, the platform seems to pursue that ambition with unusual clarity. The sanctuary is not content merely to stand. It must appear grounded in something more than ordinary construction, something bordering on the immovable. The weight of the stones becomes part of the message. This place is not temporary. This place is not negotiable. This place has been fixed into the earth with an excess that borders on intimidation. Yet even intimidation is not complete answer. There are easier ways to impress. Roman architecture possesses many tools for overwhelming the viewer: height, breadth, ornament, axial planning, monumental staircases, processional courts, and sculptural abundance. Baalbek uses all of them. So why add a podium whose most famous elements would later inspire centuries of disbelief? Why load the sanctuary's meaning into the hidden labour of megalithic substructure, as well as the visible drama above? The evidence remains incomplete, but the question is important because it pushes the mystery beyond mechanics and into intention. The platform is not merely a technical platform. It is a conceptual one. It prepares the sanctuary to be experienced as something anchored beyond ordinary scale. That may have been precisely the point. By the time one reaches this stage in Baalbek's story, the site's reputation begins to make emotional sense. The podium concentrates every tension that has been building since the beginning, old sacred ground transformed into escalating monumentality. Roman power expressed through inherited landscape, practical engineering pushed towards symbolic excess, chronology blurred by layered construction, and stone itself turned into a language of authority. The terrace beneath the Temple of Jupiter does not resolve these tensions, it displays them. It is the point where the sanctuary's history becomes hardest to tell in one voice. And from here, the mystery narrows further still. The podium is already extraordinary as a whole, but within it sits a detail so famous that it has nearly become synonymous with Baalbek itself, the three giant stones embedded in the western wall, known as the trilithon. They do not merely continue the problem of the platform, they sharpen it to a nearly unbearable point. If the podium made the viewer ask why the sanctuary needed such enormous foundations, the trilithon asks why even those foundations had to contain stones of such astonishing size. The whole platform is impressive. Those three blocks are something else. They are where the question stops being general and becomes absolute. If the podium unsettles the mind, the trilithon almost seems designed to defeat it. Three stones, set high in the western retaining wall of the great terrace, lie in a row so cleanly that at first the eye can miss what it is seeing. They do not announce themselves with ornament. They are not carved into symbolic forms. They are simply there, long and level and massive beyond ordinary expectation, each one stretching roughly 19 meters and weighing in the range of perhaps 800 tons or more, depending on the estimate used. These are not the largest stones ever quarried in the ancient world, and they're not the only megaliths at Baalbek, but they are among the most unsettling because they are not merely cut, they are set. The quarry can prove intention, the wall proves execution, and that is the point at which the mystery becomes uncomfortably concrete. A great unfinished monolith in a quarry can still belong to the realm of ambition. It shows that ancient builders intended something enormous, but intention is always easier than completion. The trilithon belongs to a harsher category. It is evidence that somebody did not simply dream on a gigantic scale, but actually moved these stones from quarry to platform and placed them with enough precision that they remain one of the best-known masonry features in the ancient Mediterranean. Whatever doubts one might entertain about other parts of the site, these 3 blocks are not hypothetical. They are where the engineering question hardens into fact. A sanctuary can be explained by ritual prestige. A podium can be explained by the need for elevation and stability. The trilithon requires something more specific. It asks how ancient builders crossed the narrow gap between the imaginable and the done. The first thing to understand is that the trilithon is extraordinary not only because of the weight of the stones, but because of the choice involved in using them. Ancient builders all across the world use big blocks when big blocks make sense. Large ashlar masonry is not rare in itself. Megalithic construction appears in many regions and in many traditions. Even in the Roman world, very substantial stones are employed when prestige, permanence, or structural demands warrant it. What makes the trilithon so difficult is that it seems to take the logic of a large masonry and press it past the point of obvious necessity. If one needs a strong retaining wall, there are many ways to build it. If one wishes to impress, there are many kinds of impressive stone. To choose 3 blocks of this size feels less like a normal technical decision than a declaration. It is as if the builders wanted the wall to contain a sentence written in mass alone. That sentence has been read in many ways. Some interpreters see the trilithon as the ultimate expression of Roman confidence, an imperial culture showing that no burden is too great if sacred prestige and engineering ambition demand it. Others have argued that these stones belong to an earlier phase, perhaps pre-Roman, later incorporated into the visible Roman sanctuary because the substructure already existed and was too formidable or too useful to discard. The debate matters because the stones themselves sit in that uncomfortable zone between styles. They are not obviously decorated in a way that makes dating easy to the casual observer. They are part of a structural system whose phases and relationships remain debated, and because they appear so elemental, so stripped down to weight and fit, they attract the intuition that they must belong to something older, more archaic, more primeval than the refined classical architecture around them. Scholars still debate some aspects of chronology, and no single explanation fully accounts for every feature of the wall. What can be said more firmly is that the trilithon does not stand alone. It is embedded within a broader masonry context that includes other large blocks below and around it. This is important because popular imagination sometimes isolates the 3 stones as if they were dropped inexplicably into an otherwise ordinary wall. In reality, the whole retaining system is already substantial. The trilithon represents an escalation within that system, not an isolated anomaly without architectural setting. That makes the choice both less magical and more interesting. Ancient builders were not operating outside a known construction logic. They were intensifying that logic toward an unusual extreme. The problem, then, is not that the stones appear from nowhere. The problem is that the reasons for pushing to this particular scale remain stubbornly difficult to pin down. One explanation often proposed is structural efficiency. Large stones reduce the number of joints in a wall, and joints are natural points of weakness. A few enormous blocks can create a stable, unified course capable of distributing loads and resisting movement in ways many smaller stones may do less elegantly. In a retaining wall or terrace facing serious pressure, such logic is not trivial. Ancient engineers understand from experience that fewer joints often mean greater security. Yet even if that principle helps explain the choice of large stones in general, it does not by itself settle the question of why stones had to be this large. A wall can be made exceptionally robust with blocks far smaller than the trilithon. Structural explanation gets us part of the way, but not all the way. Another line of reasoning points to prestige. In the ancient world, building on a scale beyond ordinary need is one of the purest forms of political and religious communication. The excess is the message. To use stones of astonishing size is to transform hidden labour into visible authority. Anyone who sees the finished work, whether or not they understand how it was done, understands that it required coordination, wealth, manpower, and command of resources. In that sense, the trilithon may function as a form of monumental overstatement, the substructural equivalent of a giant column or triumphal arch. The wall does not just hold a terrace. It proclaims that the terrace belongs to a power willing to command the almost absurd. This explanation has real force, especially at Baalbek, where the sanctuary as a whole seems determined to exceed expectation. But again, it leaves something unresolved. Prestige explains ambition. It does not entirely explain the exact threshold at which ambition becomes megalithic obsession. There is also the possibility that construction sequence played a role. Sometimes ancient builders use unusually large stones because specific stages of a project make them advantageous in ways later viewers cannot easily reconstruct. Perhaps an existing terrace alignment, a particular engineering plan, or an inherited substructure encourage the use of stones at this scale in one course, and not another. Perhaps transport was judged feasible from the nearby quarry under certain conditions, and once that feasibility was established, the project embraced the largest pieces that could be moved without unacceptable risk. What survives in the record suggests that ancient building decisions were often highly situational. They did not always follow the neat efficiency logic modern engineers might prefer. Builders worked within the limits of quarry seams, labour systems, terrain, ritual priorities, deadlines, and inherited plans. The trilithon may partly reflect one of those now obscure practical contexts. If so, the evidence has not preserved it clearly enough to end debate. The placement of the stones high in the wall adds another layer to the problem. It is one thing to move a block horizontally over some distance. It is another to maneuver it into an elevated course within a retaining structure. That placement is one reason the trilithon looms so large in discussions of ancient engineering. Even people willing to grant that ancient workers could drag immense blocks on sledges, rollers, or prepared tracks often hesitate when imagining the final positioning. How were the stones raised? Was the surrounding earth built up into a ramp? Were the blocks slid into place laterally as the retaining fill rose behind them? Were combinations of earthen embankments, levers, cribbing, and controlled descent used rather than vertical lifting in the modern sense? Mainstream explanations generally favour methods rooted in earthworks rather than free-hanging lifts, because ancient engineering repeatedly shows how much can be achieved by reshaping terrain rather than fighting gravity directly. Yet the scale remains severe enough that every proposed method feels impressive to the point of discomfort. This discomfort has fed centuries of mythology. It is not hard to see why. A person standing beneath the trilithon does not encounter a visible machine, only the silent result. The gap between means and outcome invites imagination to fill it. Medieval stories attribute great works to giants because giants are simply an intuitive way of talking about labour beyond normal human proportion. Later ages replaced giants with lost civilizations, vanished sciences, or secret techniques withheld from official history. In modern fringe culture, Baalbek becomes a magnet for claims about extraterrestrials, antediluvian engineers, or impossible technology. Such theories flourish because they offer a kind of emotional relief. They remove the burden of explanation from ordinary human history. But that relief comes at a cost. It turns a difficult human achievement into an excuse not to think carefully about how difficult human achievements actually happen. The better response is harder and more interesting. It is to accept that the trilithon may be explicable in principle and still remain astonishing in practice. Ancient builders do not need magic. They need quarries, planning, discipline, terrain manipulation, and immense patience. They need people who understand stone not abstractly, but physically how it fractures, how it bears weight, how sledges behave on prepared surfaces, how wet clay differs from dry gravel, how a load can be coaxed rather than lifted, how timber compresses, how ropes stretch, how a ramp settles. Civilizations without modern engines are not civilizations without engineering. They are civilizations whose engineering is embedded in materials, labor organization, and accumulated experience. Baalbek may represent one of the most extreme surviving demonstrations of that truth. Yet even this grounded view does not entirely soften the trilithon. Something about the three stones resists domestication. Perhaps it is their composure. They do not look strained. They do not look like desperate technical gambles barely pulled off. They look almost calm, as though blocks of that size naturally belong in a wall. That visual serenity is deceptive, and part of the monument's power. It hides the violence and complexity of the process that must lie behind it. Somewhere there were quarry crews cutting channels around the stone, teams assessing flaws, planners deciding whether transport was worth attempting, labourers preparing the route, men guiding a load that could not be allowed to twist or catch, supervisors calculating not in equations but in practiced judgment. Somewhere there were delays, corrections, perhaps failures now lost to the record. The finished wall suppresses all that motion and uncertainty into a single still line of stone. There is a lesser-known interpretive issue here as well. Some scholars have suggested that the visual placement of the trilithon may matter symbolically beyond pure structure. In monumental architecture, courses of especially large masonry can function almost like signatures, concentrated displays of capability set where they will be noticed by those who understand building. Even if ordinary visitors did not calculate tonnage, they could perceive unusual scale. The very fact that the three stones occupy a prominent position in the retaining wall may therefore indicate that they were meant to be seen and understood as extraordinary. If so, the trilithon is not merely engineering serving architecture, it is engineering as architecture, engineering as performance. That would fit Baalbek well, because the whole sanctuary seems to favour monumentality not as a hidden support for ritual, but as part of ritual's public language. Still, scholars remain cautious, and rightly so. The archaeological record does not always preserve motives, it preserves results, traces, sequences, joints, tool marks, relationships of masonry, and the stubborn physicality of things made long ago. From those, one can infer much, but not everything. No surviving inscription neatly explains why the builders of Baalbek's terrace chose such stones. No ancient manual walks the reader step by step through the setting of the trilithon. The evidence remains incomplete. What survives in the record suggests a convergence of structural logic, monumental ambition, available quarry conditions, and a building culture comfortable with very large masonry. But there is still a remainder, a gap between plausible explanation and satisfying certainty. The stones continue to sit inside that gap, and perhaps that is why the trilithon has become the emotional centre of the Baalbek mystery. It distills the whole site into 3 blocks: ancient sacred continuity, Roman monumentalism, debated chronology, engineering possibility, symbolic excess, and modern disbelief all meet in one stretch of wall. The stones do not prove that the past is unknowable. They prove something more unsettling, that history can be partly understandable and still deeply resistant to closure. We can describe the blocks, estimate their mass, compare them with other ancient feats, propose methods for their movement, and situate them within known building traditions. Yet after all that, the mind still circles back to the same stark fact. Someone chose them, someone moved them, someone set them there. And just beyond the sanctuary, in the quarry, lie the abandoned giants that make the problem even harder. Because if the trilithon shows what was accomplished, the quarry shows that even greater ambitions were conceived. Stones larger than those in the wall were cut or partly cut from the bedrock and then left behind, as if the builders were testing the outer edge of what their methods, their confidence, or their circumstances could sustain. The trilithon is already an answer of sorts. The quarry waiting nearby is a question that has not stopped widening since antiquity. The quarry is where Baalbek becomes almost intimate. Within the sanctuary itself, the stones have already been transformed into architecture. They belong to walls, terraces, alignments, intentions partly concealed by completion. In the quarry, by contrast, the process still lies exposed. Here the mountain has been opened, cut into, measured against human will. The rock is not yet fully monument. It is caught in the act of becoming monument. And that unfinished state gives the quarry a peculiar power, because it preserves not only success, but interruption. It lets us see the project before explanation hardens into awe. It also introduces one of the most unsettling facts in the entire Baalbek story. The stones left behind in the quarry are not smaller than the famous blocks already set in the podium wall. They are larger. This alone changes the tone of the mystery. The trilithon already stretches belief, but the quarry nearby contains evidence that the builders intended, or at least seriously explored, the extraction of monoliths even greater than those. Among the best known is the so-called Stone of the Pregnant Woman, a massive block still partly attached to the bedrock, long recognized as one of the largest work stones of antiquity. Excavations and closer study have also revealed another even larger monolith nearby, and then another, together suggesting that the quarry zone preserves not a single isolated giant, but a broader pattern of megalithic ambition. Estimates vary, as they often do in discussions of ancient stone weights, but some of these blocks are placed well above 1,000 tons, and one of the largest has often been estimated at around 1,600 tons. The exact figure matters less than the order of magnitude. These are not ordinary quarry remains, they are intentions on the edge of reason. And yet the quarry is also where the mystery becomes more grounded, because intention leaves marks. Here one can see channels cut around the stone, the surfaces shaped by quarrying, the volume of material removed to isolate the monolith from the surrounding rock. Ancient builders did not summon these giants from myth. They work them out of living limestone step by step. The unfinished blocks are therefore among the strongest pieces of evidence against fantasies of vanished magical technology. What survives in the quarry suggests recognizable stoneworking methods, cutting trenches, defining block outlines, exploiting bedding planes in the rock, and advancing the extraction in a controlled sequence. The quarry does not erase the mystery, but it does force it back into the realm of human labor. Whatever happened here happened through tools, planning, and repeated physical effort. That unfinished quality matters as much as the size. A finished block tells us what was achieved. An unfinished block tells us where a project encountered friction. Perhaps a flaw in the stone appeared too late. Perhaps the effort required to move the monolith was judged too great. Perhaps the building program changed. Perhaps political conditions shifted, funding narrowed, or priorities moved elsewhere. Scholars still debate the fate of these enormous blocks because no single explanation fully accounts for their abandonment. Some defects are visible in parts of the stone and may have contributed. But ancient builders sometimes used flawed material if the flaw was acceptable or could be managed. So a crack alone does not necessarily settle the matter. The evidence remains incomplete, and that incompleteness turns the quarry into a record not just of technique, but of hesitation. There is something almost haunting about that hesitation. To leave a monolith half liberated from the bedrock is to leave behind the outline of a decision no longer audible. One can imagine the moment when quarry workers, supervisors, or master builders realize that this stone, though nearly ready, will not continue onto the sanctuary. But the reason for that realization is lost. All that remains is the block itself, still lying at a slight angle within the cut, its scale so immense that abandonment feels as difficult to explain as completion. Why invest such labor in defining a stone only to stop? Why begin at all if transport was beyond reach? The quarry does not answer these questions directly. It sharpens them by showing how far ancient planners were willing to go before drawing some limit. That limit may be one of the most revealing clues in the whole Baalbek puzzle. The finished trilithon proves that ancient builders could move and set stones of staggering size. The unfinished quarry monoliths suggest that even they were working near a threshold. In other words, the quarry may preserve the outer edge of feasibility. This possibility is important because it turns the abandoned blocks into evidence of realism rather than failure. Builders were not blindly pursuing gigantism with no regard for consequences. They were testing what their methods, terrain, labor system, and project requirements could bear. Some stones crossed from ambition into architecture. Others remained at the boundary. What survives in the quarry suggests not an all-powerful lost technology, but a construction culture operating with immense confidence, up to the point where confidence met resistance. The geography of the quarry adds further nuance. One of the reasons Baalbek's giant stones are even plausible is that the source lies relatively near the building site. Nearby does not mean easy, but it changes the problem. A 1,000-ton block is almost unthinkable over long transport distances in the ancient world. It becomes at least discussable if quarry and sanctuary are separated by a short route over manageable ground. Baalbek offers precisely that condition. The limestone source is close enough to the complex that moving colossal blocks enters the realm of possibility, especially if one imagines carefully prepared roads, sledges, rollers or sliding systems, large crews, and the strategic use of ramps and embankments. The quarry therefore explains part of the site's uniqueness. Not every sanctuary sits beside a source of suitable stone that close. Baalbek does. and that may have tempted its builders into experiments in scale that would have been foolish elsewhere. At the same time, close distance can be deceptive. The difficulty of moving stone does not increase in a simple, smooth line. It changes character with weight. A block twice as heavy is not merely twice as troublesome. Friction, ground pressure, control, timber requirements, rope stress, and the danger of catastrophic failure all expand in unforgiving ways. This is why the quarry remains so important. It reminds us that ancient builders were likely making judgments not just about what could be imagined, but about what could be controlled. A giant monolith in motion is not merely heavy, it is an unstable event. It can sink, twist, crack, catch, or force the entire operation into dangerous improvisation. The unfinished stones may represent the point at which acceptable risk gave way to excessive risk. There is also a human dimension here that often vanishes behind the tonnage. Quarries are workplaces before they are archaeological attractions. They are places of noise, dust, shouted instructions, broken tools, injuries, measured lines, and repeated bodily strain. The giant monoliths at Baalbek were not abstract engineering exercises. They were the outcome of many thousands of individual acts, men clearing debris, cutting trenches, driving wedges, checking surfaces, hauling spoil, wetting wood, adjusting leverage, and deciding by eye and experience how much more stone could be safely detached. The quarry preserves the labouring intelligence of people whose names are mostly lost. Their expertise was practical, not theoretical in the modern sense, but that does not make it less sophisticated. If anything, the abandoned monoliths make their judgment more visible. Somewhere in the process, someone recognized a limit and acted on it. That recognition is one reason the quarry should not be romanticized as a place of failed miracles. It is better understood as a place of disciplined ambition. Ancient builders did not need to complete every gigantic block they started for the quarry to prove their capability. On the contrary, the willingness to stop may reveal competence more clearly than blind completion would. It suggests evaluation, reassessment, and an awareness that building projects are never only about possibility. They are about cost, sequence, utility, and timing. A monolith can be technically extractable and still not be worth moving. It can be magnificent and still be impractical. It can belong to a grand vision that later phases no longer require. The quarry holds all these possibilities open. One lesser-known aspect of the Baalbek quarry is how much it has influenced interpretation simply by being visible. Many ancient quarries are obscure, eroded, or poorly connected in the public imagination to the monuments they supplied. At Baalbek, the proximity between quarry and sanctuary helps people mentally link stone source and finished architecture. That makes the site unusually instructive. Visitors can see both ends of the process, the monoliths still embedded in the earth, and the giant blocks already incorporated into the terrace wall. The unfinished stones become a bridge between disbelief and understanding. They do not make the transport and placement easy to imagine, but they do make the chain of action harder to deny. The same culture that left giants in the quarry also set giants in the wall. Completion and abandonment are part of one continuum. This continuity has major implications for the long debate over who built Baalbek's largest stones. The quarry strongly suggests that whatever culture or phase is responsible for the finished megalithic elements, it possessed direct access to the quarry and the practical intention to extract blocks on that scale. That does not solve the chronology of every masonry course, but it does argue against explanations that sever the quarry evidence from the terrace evidence too sharply. The megalithic ambition belongs to the actual site, to its landscape and its builders, not to some disconnected legend imported later. Scholars still debate whether specific gigantic elements are entirely Roman or partly rooted in earlier phases, but the quarry anchors the problem locally. The giant stones are not myths attached to Baalbek, they are Baalbek. The unfinished monoliths also expose the emotional asymmetry at the heart of ancient engineering. Modern people tend to be most impressed by what was completed, because completion is what dominates the skyline and the guidebook, but unfinished works can be even more revealing. They show what a culture desired before necessity. Chance or circumstance narrowed the outcome. In that sense, the quarry may reveal Baalbek's deepest ambition more honestly than the finished terrace does. The podium shows what was achieved. The quarry shows how far beyond that achievement the builders were willing to think. It suggests a mindset in which the question was not merely how large a block was needed, but how large a block might be used if the project, the terrain, and the available methods allowed it. This is where the quarry stops being a supporting detail and becomes central to the story. It transforms the famous stones of the podium from isolated wonders into part of a broader system of extraction and decision-making. It shows that Baalbek's gigantism was not an accident of a few anomalous blocks already lying around. It was embedded in the logic of the site. Builders came here, looked at the limestone, looked at the sanctuary, and repeatedly entertained the possibility of working at scales that would later seem unbelievable. That is an extraordinary fact even before one asks whether every intended monolith was ever truly meant to be moved. The quarry demonstrates that the builders of Baalbek were thinking in weights that approach the outer horizon of ancient stone construction. And because the quarry lays bare the problem of extraction so clearly, it prepares the next and perhaps hardest stage of the argument. Cutting giant stones from bedrock is one challenge. Moving them is another. Setting them with precision into a high retaining wall is harder still. The abandoned monoliths tell us that ancient workers could isolate and shape blocks of extraordinary size. The trilithon tells us that at least some were transported and set. The distance between these two facts is where the real engineering drama lies. However one dates the phases or interprets the motives, the question now becomes unavoidable. By what methods could ancient builders have hauled, guided, elevated, and positioned such masses without modern cranes or engines? The quarry has done its work. It has shown the scale of the ambition. What remains is to understand the mechanics of making that ambition move. Once the quarry has made the scale of Baalbek's ambition undeniable, the mind is forced into the least comfortable part of the mystery mechanics. It is one thing to admire giant stones once they are motionless, already fitted into a wall, or still sleeping in the quarry bed. It is another to imagine the long and dangerous interval in which they are neither settled nor abandoned, but moving. Ancient builders had no diesel engines, no hydraulic cranes in the modern sense, no steel cables, no heavy transport vehicles, no computer simulations. Yet this absence can mislead. It tempts modern observers to equate unfamiliarity with impossibility. The truth is harder and, in some ways, more impressive. Ancient engineering did not operate by defeating weight through industrial force. It operated by managing weight through preparation, friction control, terrain shaping, leverage, and labor organization so disciplined that the landscape itself could become part of the machine. This is the first principle that helps make Baalbek thinkable. Ancient builders rarely lifted what they could slide, and rarely slid what they could roll or coax along prepared surfaces. They understood from long experience that gravity does not have to be conquered head-on. It can be delayed, redirected, balanced, and distributed. A massive block need not hang from a crane in free air to be moved from quarry to wall. It can rest on a sledge, on timbers, on compacted earth, on lubricated surfaces, on a graded road. It can be advanced a little at a time, stabilized, checked, and advanced again. It can be surrounded by embankments that reduce the need for vertical lifting. It can be brought to the level of its final position by raising the ground around it, rather than hoisting the stone upward into empty space. This way of thinking is not elegant in the modern visual sense. It is slow, dirty, and immensely demanding. But it is exactly the kind of engineering that ancient civilizations excelled at. There are many precedents for this broader logic, even if none reproduces Baalbek exactly. In Egypt, obelisks weighing hundreds of tons were quarried, moved, and erected. In the Roman world, giant columns, statues, and architectural elements crossed sea and land. Elsewhere in antiquity, megalithic blocks were dragged over prepared routes, shifted with levers, and integrated into monuments that still outlast the societies that built them. Baalbek sits near the upper extreme of this tradition, but not outside it. That distinction matters. This site does not require a lost civilization with vanished supermachinery. It requires a civilization willing to apply known principles with unusual boldness and on a scale where every stage becomes less forgiving. Scholars still debate the precise combination of methods used, because the evidence remains incomplete, but the mainstream possibilities are already impressive enough without inventing anything supernatural. The most likely starting point is the quarry road. To move a block weighing many hundreds of tons, the route itself must become an engineered object. It must be graded, widened, compacted, and perhaps surfaced or layered in ways that reduce sinking and uncontrolled friction. Obstacles must be cleared. Slopes must be calculated not in abstract geometry, but in terms of what a large team can control without losing the load. Even a gentle incline becomes significant when the mass involved is extreme. The proximity of Baalbek's quarry to the temple complex makes such a route plausible, but plausibility is not ease. Workers would have needed to prepare the path carefully, perhaps using packed earth, rubble fill, timber, or other stabilizing materials depending on season and ground conditions. A route that served well for a 50-ton block might become dangerously inadequate at 800. Then comes the question of how the block itself was supported in motion. One traditional model imagines huge sledges pulled over prepared ground, possibly with rollers or lubricated surfaces reducing friction. Another emphasizes sliding systems over timbers or compacted tracks. Rollers are often appealing in the imagination because they seem simple, but at very high loads they present problems of crushing, instability, and control unless the system is extraordinarily well managed. Some scholars therefore favor sledges moving over prepared surfaces, especially where friction can be reduced through moisture, mud, clay, or other treatments, a principle known from Egyptian evidence and practical experimentation. There is no guarantee that Baalbek used exactly one method in a pure form. What survives in the record suggests that ancient builders were often pragmatic. They combined techniques, adapted them to local materials, and used whatever gave them the best chance of moving the load without disaster. Leverage would have been essential at every stage. A giant stone does not begin moving because hundreds of people pull blindly on ropes. It begins moving because force is introduced in a controlled way, with wedges, pry bars, cribbing, and incremental shifts that prevent sudden jerks or twisting. Ancient engineers had long experience with this kind of controlled movement. Timber beams could be inserted and adjusted. Ropes could be tensioned gradually. The load could be chocked repeatedly as it advanced, so that each gain in distance was secured before the next began. In modern terms, such a process appears excruciatingly slow. In ancient terms, slowness was often the price of safety. Monumental building was not a race. It was a sequence of recoverable steps. That mentality may be one of the keys to understanding Baalbek. A stone of extraordinary size does not become manageable because it is small enough. It becomes manageable because the process around it is broken into stages that are small enough. Labour, of course, is part of the picture, but raw numbers alone can be misleading. It is tempting to imagine a monolith pulled by thousands of bodies at once, a kind of overwhelming human tide straining against ropes. Ancient builders certainly could mobilize large workforces, yet beyond a certain point, adding more people does not automatically improve control. The more important issue is coordination. Teams must pull evenly. Supervisors must communicate adjustments instantly. The route must be cleared and stabilized ahead of the load. Workers must manage side-to-side drift, braking, and the constant risk that one part of the support system will settle differently from another. Specialized crews would have mattered just as much as mass labor quarrymen, carpenters, rope handlers, engineers, surveyors, masons, and foremen with experience in moving heavy architectural elements. The miracle, if one insists on the word, is not strength. It is organization. One lesser known but highly plausible component in Baalbek's construction is the extensive use of earthworks. Modern imagination often fixates on cranes because cranes are dramatic, visible, and easy to picture. But ancient monuments were frequently built by manipulating the ground rather than relying on towering lifting devices. Earthen ramps, terraces, embankments, and fills could be created around a structure so that a giant stone was moved gradually upward along an artificial slope until it reached the height required. Once placed, the earth could be removed. This logic is especially attractive for Baalbek because it reduces the need to suspend immense blocks in air. A stone destined for a high course in a retaining wall might have been brought to that level by a ramped approach, then slid into place laterally as surrounding embankments held it stable. Such methods are messy and labour-intensive, but they fit the strengths of ancient engineering much better than fantasies of impossible vertical hoisting. This does not mean every detail becomes easy to explain. Quite the opposite. Even with ramps, sledges, and carefully prepared roads, the forces involved at Baalbek remain daunting. Timber under high load can split or deform. Ropes can stretch or fail. Ground can compact unpredictably. Slight deviations in angle can create huge problems when the mass is so great. Rain, heat, and seasonal changes in soil condition would affect the route. The load would need constant monitoring. One can easily imagine why the unfinished monoliths in the quarry remained where they were. There may have been a point beyond which the risk of transport became unreasonable. That is why Baalbek's engineering mystery is most convincing when it's treated not as an all-or-nothing puzzle, but as a spectrum. Ancient builders could move astonishing loads, but not without limits. Some blocks made the journey. Others likely did not because the threshold of control was reached. The final setting of the stones may be the most difficult part to visualize, but here again, ancient methods favour patience over spectacle. If a wall or podium was built up in stages, and if earth or rubble fill was placed behind and around the rising courses, then a massive block might be eased into position with a combination of sliding, levering, cribbing, and local adjustments rather than a single decisive lift. The stone could be brought near its destination, supported at intervals, nudged into alignment, and lowered incrementally onto prepared bedding. Ancient masons were exceptionally skilled at reading stone surfaces and adjusting placement with surprising precision. Large blocks could be finished finely enough that once the final motion began, the stone would settle into a position requiring only subtle correction. None of this makes the Trilithon or other Baalbek megaliths less extraordinary. It simply places the extraordinary within a world of cumulative technique. Experimental archaeology and engineering studies have repeatedly shown that ancient-style methods can move weights that many casual observers assume impossible. That does not prove exactly how Baalbek was built, and scholars remain careful on this point. Demonstrating possibility in principle is not the same as reconstructing an ancient event in detail, but such work is valuable because it narrows the field of honest disbelief. It reminds us that heavy transport before industrialization was not a void. It was a domain of practical knowledge now mostly lost to everyday experience. Most modern people never move anything heavier than furniture with their own hands. Ancient builders, by contrast, lived in a world where stone, rope, timber, rollers, sledges, and earthen ramps were familiar instruments of serious work. Their engineering traditions were embodied, transmitted, and refined through repeated large projects. Baalbek likely draws on exactly that reservoir of skill. At the same time, there's no need to pretend that every mainstream explanation is equally persuasive in every detail. Some reconstructions of transport look neat on paper, but underestimate the chaos of real ground conditions. Some lifting theories rely too heavily on idealized machinery. Some calculations assume materials or manpower without adequately addressing control. No single explanation fully accounts for every stage with complete certainty, and that is why the debate persists. The best supported view is not that Baalbek is inexplicable, but that it were accomplished through a combination of methods now recoverable only in outline. The evidence remains incomplete, and the site itself preserves more result than procedure. We can infer the kinds of techniques available. We cannot watch the operation happen. There is also a tendency to underestimate the administrative side of ancient engineering. Moving a monolith is not just a physics problem, it is a supply problem. Workers need food, water, shelter, tools, replacement timber, rope, supervision, and perhaps animals or auxiliary labour at different stages. Delays must be absorbed, injuries must be handled. Quarrying has to stay coordinated with masonry preparation at the site. Surveyors must maintain alignment. Political authorities must continue funding the enterprise long enough for it to matter. Baalbek stones therefore imply not only technical know-how, but an institutional framework able to sustain difficult work over long periods. Empire, temple wealth, regional labour networks, and specialised craftsmanship all likely played roles. These stones moved because an entire human system moved with them. And still, even after all this, the mystery does not evaporate. It changes character. Instead of asking whether ancient people could possibly have done such a thing, one begins asking what kind of social and symbolic world would choose to devote such immense effort to doing it. Engineering explanation answers the question of means only partly. It does not fully answer the question of motive. The methods of transport and placement, however ingenious, remain servants of a deeper decision already made that Baalbek was worth this burden. Why this sanctuary? Why this scale? Why this willingness to press technique and labour so far? Once the mechanics become plausible, the burden of explanation shifts upward from rope and ramp to power and purpose. That shift matters because Baalbek is never only a story about stone. It is a story about the kind of world in which stone of that size becomes a reasonable instrument of policy, piety, or prestige. The engineering methods, however reconstructed, were not improvised in a vacuum. They were embedded in empire, temple economies, regional identities, and the ancient desire to make sacred authority visible. The blocks could move because many other things were already in motion: labor obligations, administrative command, local tradition, imperial ambition, and the political value of awe. The technical side of the mystery therefore leads naturally to the human system behind it. To understand Baalbek fully, then, one must look beyond the stones themselves to the civilization capable of feeding, directing, and justifying such work. The monoliths did not travel alone. They were accompanied by orders, rations, survey lines, ritual expectations, and the quiet conviction that no ordinary monument would do, however the builders hauled the stones. The more revealing question may be why so many people agreed, or were compelled, to haul them in the first place. That is where engineering meets empire, and where Baalbek begins to show itself not merely as a construction challenge, but as a social organism of extraordinary scale. By the time a stone begins to move at Baalbek, the real work has already spread far beyond the quarry. The monolith is only the visible tip of a much larger system. Beneath its journey lies food production, taxation, transport planning, timber supply, rope making, surveying, masonry, administration, and the old, unspectacular machinery of hierarchy that makes great monuments possible. Ancient building on this scale is never just a feat of engineering. It is a feat of obedience, endurance, and logistical concentration. A block weighing hundreds of tons does not travel because strongmen pull hard enough. It travels because an entire society, or at least a large and disciplined part of one, has been organized around the idea that this burden must move. At Baalbek, that organization may be the most impressive invisible structure of all. One of the easiest mistakes in thinking about ancient monuments is to imagine labor as a simple mass of bodies. Certainly, large numbers mattered. Moving giant stone without industrial machinery required many hands at many stages, but raw manpower explains less than the structure around it. A labor force capable of dragging, stabilizing, guiding, and placing megaliths must be fed reliably, housed or locally supported, equipped with tools, managed across days or seasons, and directed by people whose authority is recognized. It must also be divided into tasks. Quarry crews do not necessarily perform the same work as transport teams. Carpenters shaping sledges or cribbing differ from masons dressing contact surfaces. Surveyors maintaining line and level serve another role entirely. There may have seen animal power in some stages, though human control would remain decisive. What survives in the record suggests not chaos fueled by brute strength, but a sophisticated labor ecology. This is where empire enters the stones. Baalbek in its greatest monumental form belongs to a world in which Roman rule could mobilize resources at scales local communities alone might struggle to sustain. That does not mean every worker was a soldier or every block was hauled under military discipline. Roman building systems were often more flexible and locally entangled than that. Provincial elites, temple institutions, contractors, skilled artisans, tenant populations, and regional labor obligations could all contribute to monumental projects in ways that do not fit a single modern category. But the broader imperial framework mattered enormously. It created the roads, fiscal structures, legal authority, and political incentives within which such works became feasible. The sanctuary at Heliopolis was not a village shrine enlarged by piety alone. It was a monumental centre positioned within a much larger administrative world. That world understood spectacle as a form of governance. Rome did not simply control territory through soldier and taxes, it also controlled through visibility. Temples, forums, theatres, baths, arches, roads, and aqueducts made power tangible. They taught subjects, pilgrims, merchants, and local notables what scale the empire could command. In many regions, sacred architecture served especially well because it fused practical and symbolic legitimacy. A grand sanctuary could draw crowds, stabilize elite patronage, integrate local cult with imperial order, and create a setting in which loyalty, ritual, and awe reinforced one another. Baalbek fits this logic with unusual force. The site already had inherited sacred importance. To build it on an extraordinary scale was to invest in a place where religion and political theatre naturally overlapped. But imperial sponsorship alone is not enough to explain the human system behind the megaliths. One must also think in terms of craft tradition. Monumental building is cumulative. It depends on generations of practical knowledge transmitted across work sites, quarries, and workshops. Ancient stonemasons were not merely labourers carrying out abstract plans from above. They were experts in the behaviour of limestone, the cutting of drafted margins, the preparation of bedding surfaces, the reading of floors, and the countless small judgments that determine whether a giant block behaves predictably or turns into a catastrophe. At Baalbek, especially, one senses the presence of people who knew stone intimately. The scale may be exceptional, but the techniques behind it belong to a world of craft competence built up over time. The larger the stone, the more intolerant the process becomes of inexperience. That practical knowledge had to be coordinated with administrative ambition. A project like Baalbek could not simply rely on brilliant masons being left alone to improvise. The timing of quarrying had to align with the readiness of the platform. Transport routes had to be prepared. Tools and materials had to arrive when needed. Work crews had to be assembled in the right order. Stone too early, and at weights exposed to risk. Stone too late, and a whole sequence of building stalls. Monumental construction in antiquity often moved in pulses, with periods of intense activity followed by pauses, redesign, or resource bottlenecks. Baalbek likely experienced exactly that kind of rhythm. The sanctuary's long chronology suggests not uninterrupted effort, but repeated recommitment. Each phase required renewed organization and renewed justification. The nearby fertile valley helps explain how such recommitment could be sustained. The Bekaa was not merely a dramatic location. It was a productive agricultural zone capable of supporting significant populations and surplus. Monumental building feeds on surplus. Stone may create the visible monument, but grain sustains the labour behind it. Workers who are underfed do not drag megaliths with precision. Animals, if used at any stage, require fodder. Carpenters need timber brought in from elsewhere if local supplies are insufficient. Rope makers need fibre. Metal workers need ore and fuel somewhere upstream in the chain. Even the most sacred architecture is, in this sense, agricultural architecture at one remove. Baalbek's magnificence depends not only on quarry and temple, but on fields, storehouses, supply routes, and the steady discipline of harvests turned into labour time. There is also the question of who benefits from such work. Great monuments rarely exist for the many in the same way they exist for the few who sponsor them. Ordinary labourers may take pride in a sanctuary, fear the god, obey local authority, or simply endure the obligation imposed upon them. Elites, by contrast, gain visibility, prestige, influence, and association with sacred permanence. At Baalbek, the monumental complex likely served multiple overlapping groups. It enhanced the status of imperial administrators. It elevated local elites who could align themselves with the sanctuary's prestige. It strengthened priestly authority. It advertised the wealth and seriousness of the city. It drew visitors, and with them commercial opportunity. The monoliths therefore belong to a system of unequal reward. Many hands moved the stone. A smaller number of institutions and individuals converted that movement into lasting political and symbolic capital. This imbalance is not incidental. It is one of the central truths of ancient monumentalism. The larger the stone, the more clearly it reveals social hierarchy. Giant masonry is frozen command. It records the ability of some authority to summon labor on terms not available to ordinary people. That authority may be softened by religious devotion or civic identity, but it remains authority. Baalbek's greatest blocks embody more than engineering daring. They embody the concentration of power. To move an 800-ton block is to demonstrate that many people's time, bodies, and technical knowledge can be directed toward one goal that transcends immediate practical need. In that sense, the stones are political documents. They tell us that the society behind them was capable of compelling or coordinating extraordinary effort for the sake of monumental effect. And yet compulsion alone is too simple. Monumental sanctuaries also create genuine attachment. They become places where people marry, pray, offer thanks, seek healing, negotiate status, and situate themselves within a meaningful world. Baalbek was not only an elite display machine, it was also a sacred center whose festivals, rituals, and processions mattered to those who came there. That matters because labor for ancient religious monuments could be framed not only as duty to rulers, but as participation in divine order. The ideology of sacred construction can make immense projects feel morally necessary, or at least socially honorable, in ways modern categories of forced versus voluntary labor do not always capture well. What survives in the record suggests a spectrum of obligation, patronage, professional craft, and religious legitimacy rather than one simple model. A lesser-known but important dimension of such projects is seasonal timing. In agricultural societies, large building campaigns often have to work around planting and harvest cycles, weather patterns, and the periodic availability of labor. This would not necessarily prevent major works at Baalbek, but it would shape them. Certain kinds of hauling might be easier in one season than another depending on soil condition and moisture. Labor pools might expand after harvest and contract during critical agricultural periods. Timber transport might have its own calendar. Such rhythms remind us that ancient monumentality was embedded in lived time. The sanctuary did not rise in a vacuum of heroic effort. It rose through repeated accommodation between ambition and the practical tempo of the valley and the wider province. Imperial prestige sharpened those accommodations by giving the project unusual stakes. A sanctuary on this scale was not simply a good idea that local builders hoped to complete. It became, once established, a statement that had to be maintained. Large unfinished walls or abandoned plans in such a visible sacred center could imply weakness, instability, or broken patronage. That may help explain why Baalbek's construction appears to have persisted across generations. Monumentality can become self-binding once a site has declared its exceptional status. Later rulers or administrators inherit pressure to continue and protect that claim. The project becomes part of the reputation of the place, and reputation itself becomes a resource worth defending. This may also help explain the scale of the megalithic choices. Giant stones do not merely solve structural problems or create visual drama. They materialize commitment, A ruler can promise devotion, an inscription can praise a god, but a monolith in a wall is harder to retract. It says that power has entered the landscape in a form that resists revision. Baalbek's massive blocks may therefore have served not only engineering and prestige, but credibility. They proved, in the most expensive and physically demanding way possible, that the sanctuary was no temporary flourish. It was meant to stand. It was meant to outlast policy changes, dynastic turnover, perhaps even memory itself. Of course, no institution remains omnipotent forever. Even the most organized monumental systems are vulnerable to cost overruns, succession crises, military instability, and local disruption. The unfinished monoliths in the quarry hint that ambition could outrun execution. The long chronology of the site suggests phases of expansion, adjustment, and perhaps recalibration. This is another reason Baalbek is so historically compelling. It preserves not just triumph, but strain. The same social organism capable of setting the trilithon also left larger stones behind. That contrast tells us that capability was immense but not infinite. The system could carry extraordinary burdens, but not every burden. Somewhere between symbolic excess and practical limit, decisions had to be made. Those decisions were shaped by the religious prestige of the site itself. Baalbek was not any construction project. It was a sanctuary whose sacred status amplified the value of every architectural gesture. A giant block here meant more than a giant block in a mundane retaining wall elsewhere. At Heliopolis, scale fed sanctity, and sanctity justified scale. The logic reinforced itself. The more imposing the sanctuary became, the more fitting it seemed that still more imposing measures should be taken on its behalf. Monumentality at Baalbek was therefore not simply imposed by empire on religion, or demanded by religion from empire. It emerged from their intersection. The sacred place made excess meaningful. Imperial structures made excess feasible. When viewed this way, the megaliths become less like isolated feats and more like expressions of a whole civilization's operating style. Rome and its provincial worlds were capable of concentrating labor, wealth, and craft in ways that could produce overwhelming architectural statements. Baalbek is one of the most vivid examples because the stones are so large that the mechanism behind them becomes impossible to forget. The sanctuary exposes the human infrastructure of awe. It forces us to see that what looks like a miracle of stone is also a miracle of administration, craft transmission, agricultural surplus, and sacred political motivation woven tightly together. And that is why the next question becomes even sharper. If such a system existed, if empire, craft, labour, and religious prestige could indeed account for much of Baalbek's achievement, then perhaps the need to posit lost unknown builders begins to weaken. Yet the site still resists easy closure, because some observers continue to see in the podium and terrace work signs of a deeper phase, something earlier beneath the Roman splendour. The issue is no longer whether ancient people could build great things. Clearly they could. The question is whether the greatest stones at Baalbek belong wholly to the Roman world we can broadly reconstruct, or whether Roman builders inherited and adapted an older monumental core whose original makers remain harder to identify. This is where the debate turns from logistics to chronology, and from empire to the uncomfortable possibility that Baalbek's most famous stones may belong to more than one age at once. The argument over Baalbek changes its shape once the question of labour and engineering becomes more plausible. If ancient builders could, in principle, move and set stones of astonishing size, then the old temptation to declare the site impossible begins to lose its force. But another problem rises in its place, and in some ways it is more stubborn. Did the Romans build the megalithic core themselves, Or did they inherit at least part of an earlier monumental platform and then incorporate it into the sanctuary of Heliopolis? This is the question that has kept Baalbek balanced between clarity and uncertainty for generations. It is not a simple fight between mainstream history and fantasy. It is a real debate over sequence, masonry relationships, and the difficulty of reading a site that has been sacred, rebuilt, and damaged across very long stretches of time. At first glance, it is easy to assume the answer must be straightforward. The visible temples are overwhelmingly Roman in style. The site as preserved above ground belongs unmistakably to the Roman imperial world. The great temple of Jupiter, the temple of Bacchus, the formal courts, the colonnades, the decorative language, and the overall urban sacred composition all speak in the grammar of a Roman architecture. Since the megalithic podium is bound up with that great sanctuary, many scholars have reasonably concluded that its principal construction also belongs within the Roman monumental program. This remains the dominant and most cautious position in broad terms. Baalbek, as the world knows it, is largely a Roman achievement, even if it stands on older sacred ground. Yet that broad conclusion does not automatically settle every substructural detail, and the details are where the argument begins. The core of the debate lies in the relationship between different masonry systems at the site, especially the distinction sometimes drawn between the main podium of the Temple of Jupiter and the massive U-shaped outer retaining wall that surrounds it on three sides. To the non-specialist eye, the whole substructure can look like a unified block of ancient heaviness. Closer study, however, suggests a more complicated picture. Differences in masonry style, the apparent independence of certain wall lines, and the way the outer wall relates to the inner podium have led some researchers to argue that these elements may not all belong to one single construction moment. If that is true, then at least part of the megalithic substructure could represent either an earlier phase later integrated into the Roman sanctuary, or a Roman phase that followed an inherited plan or unfinished monumental platform already present on the site. Scholars still debate the interpretation, and the evidence remains incomplete enough to resist a final verdict acceptable to everyone. Those who favour a more fully Roman explanation point out, with good reason, that Roman builders were entirely capable of large-scale terrace and podium construction, especially at a sanctuary of major regional importance. They also note that the visible monumental program at Baalbek makes best sense when the substructure is treated as part of a coherent imperial project intended to support a truly colossal temple complex. In this view, the megalithic courses are not relics of some lost civilization or radically separate building tradition. They are the extreme but still understandable expression of Roman ambition, adapted to a site where symbolism, engineering, and topography encouraged unusually massive solutions. This argument gains strength from the fact that the Romans repeatedly worked with large ashlar masonry in major projects and were not strangers to overbuilding when prestige demanded it. Yet the counter-argument does not disappear so easily, because Baalbek is not only Roman in character, it is Roman built upon a place of earlier sanctity, and once one accepts that the site had pre-Roman significance, the possibility naturally opens that some substantial substructures might also predate the visible imperial phases. This does not require belief in a vanished super-civilization or an impossibly ancient lost world. It could simply mean that local Hellenistic or otherwise pre-Roman builders had already begun monumentalizing the sanctuary in serious ways, perhaps creating terraces or retaining systems that Roman architects later enclosed, enlarged, regularized, or partially rebuilt. In such a scenario, the Romans would still be responsible for the site's greatest visible expression, but not necessarily for every foundational decision beneath it. What survives in the record suggests that this possibility cannot be dismissed out of hand, even if it remains difficult to prove in a fully satisfying way. Part of the problem is that ancient sacred sites are notoriously bad at preserving clean origins. The very places most likely to attract monumental rebuilding are the ones least likely to leave early phases untouched. A sanctuary that matters for centuries or millennia gets recycled by its own importance. New walls cut through old ones. Earlier levels are buried. Stones are reused. Foundations are reinforced, extended, or absorbed into later plans. Earthquakes complicate readings further by shifting courses and necessitating repair. Excavation can clarify some of this, but not always enough. Baalbek therefore belongs to a class of monuments whose earliest large-scale phases may be partly hidden by the success of later builders. The debate is not merely about what one wants to believe, it is about how much a heavily reused sacred site can still say about its own beginnings. There is also a psychological element that has influenced the discussion from the beginning. The giant stones of Baalbek feel older than the Roman ornament around them. This is not evidence, but it is a powerful intuition. Massive plain blocks speak a more elemental visual language than carved capitals or decorated entablatures. They seem closer to quarry and cliff than to urban classicism. The mind therefore tends to assign them to a deeper, rougher antiquity. This instinct may partly explain why so many people, including serious observers in earlier periods, were drawn to the idea that the largest stones must belong to some older megalithic phase. Archaeology, however, cannot rely on emotional age. A stone can look primeval and still be Roman. A polished decorative program can be later while resting on a substructure conceived in the same broad era. Baalbek warns repeatedly against trusting appearance too much. A more careful way of framing the issue is to ask not whether the site is Roman or pre-Roman, but which parts of its monumental logic may have roots before the Roman superstructure reached completion. That distinction matters. Even if the megalithic courses visible today were laid during the Roman period, the decision to create a massive elevated sanctuary at this location may well have been conditioned by earlier sacred architecture and inherited site planning. Conversely, even if some substantial terrace works predate Roman imperial construction, the Romans may have reinterpreted and expanded them so radically that the final effect is still fundamentally theirs. Baalbek may therefore preserve not a binary choice, but a continuum older sacred ground, perhaps older monumental interventions, then a Roman program of enlargement so forceful that it absorbs earlier phases into a new architectural language. One lesser known but significant point in this discussion is that ancient builders often worked pragmatically with existing structures rather than demolishing them wholesale. If a previous terrace, enclosure, or substructure was already stable and suitably placed, later architects could save labour by incorporating it into a larger design. This was not laziness, it was intelligent adaptation. A prestigious old platform might even be desirable precisely because it carried inherited sanctity. At Baalbek, such pragmatism is entirely plausible. The sanctuary's deep importance would have made continuity valuable, not merely convenient. A Roman monumental program built partly around earlier works would therefore make cultural as well as engineering sense. The difficulty is that such adaptation can be almost maddeningly hard to reconstruct centuries later, when only fragments of the relationships remain visible. Those who argue more strongly for a pre-Roman megalithic phase often point to the seeming independence of the outer retaining wall, the unusual choice of giant stones, and the possibility that the Romans encountered a pre-existing sacred platform too significant to discard. Some versions of this argument are careful and archaeological, Others slide into unsupported speculation. The distinction matters. There is nothing inherently fringe about asking whether parts of the substructure predate Rome. That is a legitimate historical question. It becomes unhelpful only when the lack of certainty is filled with grand, unsupported claims about unknown global civilizations, biblical giants, or superhuman builders. Baalbek has suffered badly from that slide. A serious discussion of earlier phases must stay close to masonry evidence, regional history, and what is plausible within known ancient building traditions. The Roman side of the case remains strong precisely because Roman builders did not need borrowed impossibilities. They had the administrative reach, technical culture, and ideological motive to undertake something like Baalbek on their own terms. The empire specialized in transforming inherited local importance into durable monumental display. If a sanctuary in the Bekaa Valley already mattered deeply, Rome had every reason to convert it into a masterpiece of religious political architecture. The megalithic podium would then appear not as an anomaly imported from an obscure past, but as the physical expression of Roman willingness to overperform where overperformance served prestige. In this reading, Baalbek's strangeness is real, but it is the strangeness of empire at full confidence. And yet the site never entirely settles into that confidence. The reason is simple: the evidence leaves room for ambiguity, and ambiguity is precisely what strong monuments tend to magnify. A small inconsistency in a village wall can be ignored. A small inconsistency under one of the largest temple terraces in the Roman world becomes a long historical argument. Baalbek's masonry relationships, the complexity of the podium and outer walls, the older sacred history of the site, and the sheer visual force of the megaliths combine to keep that room for ambiguity open. No single explanation fully accounts for every question. The mainstream interpretation can explain much, perhaps most, of what we see. But most is not the same as all, and Baalbek has always lived in that remainder. Perhaps the most honest answer, then, is that Baalbek was almost certainly not created ex nihilo by Roman builders, because no major sanctuary of this kind ever is. They inherited a place already marked by cult, memory, and probably earlier building activity. Whether they also inherited specifically megalithic substructures in anything close to their final visible form remains debated. What is certain is that Roman architects and administrators transformed the site so thoroughly that the monument known to history became inseparable from their intervention. Even if earlier phases contributed materially to the podium or terrace logic, Rome gave Baalbek the scale, coherence, and surviving visibility that made it famous. This is why the question of who built Baalbek cannot be answered with a single name or a single century. The better answer is layered. Local worshippers, early builders, perhaps Hellenistic intermediaries, Roman engineers, imperial sponsors, masons, quarry workers, transport crews, and later restorers all belong to the biography of the site. Some phases are well lit, others remain in shadow. The greatest mistake is to imagine that uncertainty at one level cancels knowledge at all levels. It does not. We know enough to exclude fantasy. We know enough to see Roman monumentalism clearly. We know enough to suspect deeper roots beneath the visible grandeur. What we lack is the final piece that would tell us exactly where inherited sacred architecture ends and fully Roman megalithic ambition begins. And perhaps that is why Baalbek continues to hold the imagination so fiercely. It offers the unusual discomfort of partial clarity. It is not dark enough to become pure legend, and not clear enough to become fully ordinary. The site sits in that narrow band where history can still surprise serious people. The Romans may have been the master builders of the sanctuary as we know it, They may also have been brilliant inheritors, magnifying a pre-existing sacred platform whose origins were already old when imperial stone arrived. The record does not let us close the case with perfect confidence. Instead, it leaves us with a more interesting possibility that Baalbek is a monument in which Roman mastery and older sanctity are fused so tightly that later generations keep mistaking the seam for a mystery beyond history. Once that possibility is accepted, the next layer of the story becomes easier to face. If Baalbek can generate such uncertainty from legitimate archaeology, it is no surprise that legend and fringe theory have flooded into the gaps. Wherever chronology is difficult, imagination moves quickly. The giant stones, the partly hidden origins, the unfinished monoliths in the quarry, and the incomplete record have all invited stories far grander and far less disciplined than the evidence can support. To understand why Baalbek fascinates so many people, one has to look not only at the stones themselves, but at the myths they attracted. The monument did not merely challenge engineers and historians. It provoked storytellers, pilgrims, nationalists, occultists, and every age's particular hunger for lost worlds. The moment a monument becomes difficult to explain in ordinary terms, stories begin to gather around it like weather. Baalbek has had centuries to attract them. The stones are simply too large, the chronology too layered, the ruins too dramatic, and the surviving uncertainties too visible for human beings to leave the place alone. Long before modern pseudo-history turned the site into a favourite destination for extraterrestrials and vanished super-civilizations, earlier generations were already trying to translate its scale into narrative. They reach for the languages available to them: giants, ancient kings, prophets, demons, lost ages, primordial builders. That impulse was not foolish in the way modern people sometimes assume. It was human. When confronted with material evidence that seems to exceed the scale of ordinary life, people look for causes equal to the feeling the monument produces. Baalbek invites that search almost more aggressively than any other classical ruin in the Levant. Some of the oldest legendary associations attach the site to figures of deep antiquity and sacred history. In medieval and early modern traditions, Baalbek was at times linked to Nimrod, to Cain, to Solomon, or to giants who belonged to a world before the present order of things had settled into normal human measure. These stories varied, merged, and contradicted one another, but they shared a common logic. Such immense stones must come from an age when rulers were more terrible, beings were larger, or sacred power moved more directly through the world. In that sense, the legends were not really attempts at engineering explanation. They were attempts at emotional explanation. They answered the experience of the place rather than the mechanics of its construction. That distinction matters, because legends often preserve something true even when their details are false. The truth they preserve is scale experienced as rupture. Baalbek does not feel like continuity. It feels like discontinuity, as though the past briefly grew heavier than expected. Medieval people standing before the podium and the great temple ruins were no less capable of astonishment than modern tourists. If anything, the effect may have been stronger. The machinery, administrative structures, and technical traditions that once made such works possible were already distant or fragmented. The builders belonged to an inaccessible world. The ruins towered over later communities like evidence that history had once commanded powers no longer available. Giants, then, were one way of saying that the builders stood outside the ordinary size of human memory. Later ages changed the vocabulary, but not always the instinct. As archaeology became more systematic and classical antiquity more legible, Baalbek was drawn into the expanding effort to explain ancient monuments through historical method. Measurements were taken, plans were drawn, The Roman dimensions of the visible sanctuary became clearer, yet the very success of archaeology in making some parts of the site understandable sharpened the unresolved parts. Once the Roman temple complex was recognized for what it was, the megalithic substructures and quarry monoliths became, if anything, more provocative. Because the site was not wholly obscure, it could no longer be safely relegated to pure myth. Instead, it became a hybrid object partly explained, partly resistant, and therefore ideal for speculative appropriation. This is the environment in which fringe theories thrive. They do not usually begin where nothing is known. They begin where something is known, but not everything. Baalbek offers exactly the right mixture. There is solid archaeology. There is visible Roman architecture. There is quarry evidence. There are measurable stones. There are real scholarly debates about chronology and construction sequence. But there's also enough uncertainty, enough spectacle, and enough distance from everyday modern experience to make dramatic alternatives emotionally attractive. Lost civilizations, antediluvian engineers, prehistoric global builders, alien visitors, secret technologies wiped from the record, or giant races described in sacred texts all find room here, because the monument feels as if it should have a cause equal to its effect. Ordinary ancient labour sounds, to many ears, insufficiently grand for an extraordinary result. This is why Baalbek appears so often in pseudo-historical literature and modern visual media. It offers the perfect image for a familiar argument. Official history says one thing. But look at these stones. The rhetorical force lies in immediacy. A viewer sees the trilithon or the unfinished monoliths in the quarry, and feels the gap between modern intuition and ancient achievement. Into that gap the speculative storyteller steps, often with great confidence and almost no discipline. The largest stones are described as impossible for Romans, or impossible for any known ancient people, and from there the narrative races outward into worlds of hidden knowledge. What is lost in this process is not merely accuracy, but the real difficulty and dignity of ancient engineering. Human achievement is replaced by spectacle designed to flatter modern disbelief. There is also something culturally revealing about which theories cling hardest to Baalbek. Giant stones often attract explanations centered on lost superior civilizations because they appeal to a very modern anxiety, the fear that history is incomplete in ways that make accepted knowledge fragile. Baalbek becomes a stage on which that anxiety can be dramatized. If one site appears to exceed official explanation, then perhaps whole ages have been suppressed or forgotten. This is an alluring fantasy because it turns historical uncertainty into cosmic conspiracy. It also spares the believer the harder work of inhabiting ambiguity, a complicated sanctuary with layered phases, debated masonry relationships, and plausible but incomplete engineering models is intellectually demanding. A lost super-civilization is emotionally simple, yet even serious scholars have not always been immune to the pull of narrative inflation. Earlier generations of travellers and antiquarians, though often more disciplined than outright fantasists, still wrote about Baalbek with a mixture of awe and extrapolation that sometimes blurred evidence and impression. Monumental ruins have a way of encouraging confidence in reconstruction precisely where caution is most needed. The eye sees grandeur and wants a matching origin story. This is one reason why the history of interpretation around Baalbek is almost as interesting as the construction history itself. Each age arrives with its own preferred causes. Religious ages see primeval or scriptural builders. Imperial ages admire the Romans. Romantic ages seek mystery. Modern pseudo-scientific ages prefer hidden technology. The stones remain constant. The stories reveal the storytellers. A lesser-known but important feature of Baalbek's mythology is how often it has been used to argue not only about the ancient past, but about the nature of knowledge itself. Fringe writers do not simply claim that the stones are older or stranger than mainstream archaeology admits. They often use the site to imply that experts as a class are evasive, fearful, or blind. Baalbek is therefore treated as evidence not merely of ancient mystery, but of modern suppression. That rhetorical move is powerful because it recruits the monument into a drama of revelation. The believer becomes brave enough to see what ordinary scholarship allegedly refuses to see. This gives the site a second life far removed from antiquity. It becomes a weapon in contemporary disputes over trust, expertise, and authority. The irony is that careful archaeology is precisely what makes Baalbek so compelling. Without excavation, measurement, masonry analysis, quarry study, and historical comparison, the site would be much easier to mythologize and much less interesting. It is the partial success of scholarship that creates the genuine mystery. Because we know the sanctuary is deeply Roman in its visible grandeur, because we can compare its masonry to other ancient works, because we can trace quarrying methods in the nearby limestone, and because we understand so much about ancient labour organisation. The unresolved questions become sharper rather than softer. The site is not mysterious because experts know nothing. It is mysterious because experts know enough to define exactly where certainty stops. There is also a more generous way to understand why people reach for giants, ancient demigods, or lost civilizations at Baalbek. Monumental architecture always carries a spiritual temptation. It makes human action feel disproportionate to human bodies. One sees the stones and feels, however briefly, that ordinary scale has failed. Many cultures express that feeling by saying the builders were not ordinary. Giants are one form of that expression. Divine kings are another. Even modern alien theories, for all their pseudo-technical language, are really just a new mythology of disproportionate builders. They solve the emotional problem of scale by importing beings who belong to a larger frame than everyday humanity. Baalbek's legends therefore differ in content more than in structure. All of them are trying to answer the same sensation who could have lived at the size these stones imply. The more disciplined answer is both less dramatic and more unsettling. It was ordinary humans, but organized by extraordinary systems of power, ritual, craft, and patience. That answer can feel emotionally unsatisfying at first because it does not offer a dramatic break from known history. But on reflection, it is the more radical conclusion. If people fully inside the ancient world, with all its material limits and political hierarchies, could quarry and set such blocks, then the true subject of wonder is not some vanished superior race. It is the capacity of human societies to concentrate labour and imagination at scales that later observers struggle to credit. Baalbek unsettles not because it lies beyond history, but because history itself can be more extreme than the modern mind finds comfortable. Still, legends endure because uncertainty endures. Baalbek is not one of those monuments whose every stage can be narrated with quiet confidence from foundation trench to final ornament. There are real seams in the evidence. There are debated phases, unresolved relationships, and motives that can only be inferred. Where those seams remain, story enters, and story has consequences. It shapes tourism, popular books, television, national narratives, and the general public sense of whether ancient peoples are to be admired, doubted, or dismissed as fronts for hidden others. The legends told about Baalbek therefore matter not only because they are colourful, but because they influence whether the site is understood as a human achievement or as a pretext for abandoning human explanation. In one sense, Baalbek almost requires myths. Monuments of this kind live in more than one register at once. They are archaeological objects, historical texts in stone, sacred inheritances, and engines of imagination. To demand that the site be stripped of all legend would be to misunderstand how monumental ruins function in culture. People have always read meaning into overwhelming remains. The task is not to erase that instinct, but to distinguish between myth as a cultural response and myth as a false claim about fact. Baalbek's giants, prophets, hidden engineers, and star-born builders belong to the first category when treated as stories, human beings told to handle the monument's scale. They become harmful only when presented as substitutes for evidence. And once evidence returns to the centre, the stones themselves begin speaking more clearly than the myths around them. The quarry marks, bedding surfaces, drafted margins, masonry joints, and structural relationships may not answer every question, but they answer more than legend ever can. They pull the discussion back toward the actual material intelligence of the builders. At Baalbek, that return to stone is especially important because the monument's most powerful stories have often floated free of the very physical traces that could discipline them. The next step, then, is to let the masonry itself guide the interpretation again. Not the myths, not the modern fantasies, but the surviving clues in limestone. Because for all the stories told about who built Baalbek, the most revealing witnesses are still the stones that remain in place, the marks cut into them, and the quiet evidence they preserve of decisions once made in a world now mostly gone. For all the legends Baalbek has attracted, the site remains stubbornly physical. It does not ask to be interpreted first through imagination, but through stone. The most revealing answers lie not in the stories later ages told, but in the surfaces cut by ancient tools, in the geometry of the blocks, in the way courses meet, in the quarry scars, in the precision of joints, in what was finished and what was left behind. Monuments of this scale can seem abstract at a distance, almost mythic by sheer size, yet their real history survives in details small enough to miss. A drafted margin cut along the face of a block, a bedding surface prepared to receive weight, a seam between stones fine enough to suggest careful dressing, a quarry trench whose line tells us how the monolith was meant to emerge from the rock. These are not dramatic clues in the cinematic sense, but they are the closest thing the builders left to explanation. The first and most important thing the stones tell us is that Baalbek belongs squarely within the world of ancient masonry, not outside it. The quarry marks are intelligible. The blocks were not melted, cast, or manipulated by some lost force. They were cut. Surfaces were defined. Stone was detached by methods consistent with known pre-modern quarrying practice. However ambitious the scale became, the dressed margins on many of the podium stones, the way the blocks are laid in courses, and the use of carefully worked contact faces all fit within recognizable traditions of monumental stone construction in the Mediterranean and Near East. This does not make the site ordinary. It makes it legible. Baalbek's mystery begins inside ancient craftsmanship, not beyond it. Tool marks are especially valuable because they narrow the field of honest speculation. Where preserved, they indicate repeated manual working rather than impossible sudden transformation. Limestone holds memory well enough that quarrying methods can sometimes be reconstructed in broad outline trenches cut around a block, channels sunk to define its perimeter, undercutting or the exploitation of natural bedding planes, and progressive removal of surrounding stone until the monolith stands distinct enough to be freed. The unfinished blocks in the quarry are crucial here because they preserve those stages in arrested form. one can still see process becoming object. That visible sequence is one of the strongest reasons scholars reject claims of inexplicable technology. The stones show how they were approached. What they do not show, at least not in full, is every intermediate act required to move them from extraction to emplacement. The masonry joints at Baalbek are equally revealing. Large ashlar construction depends not only on moving heavy blocks, but on preparing them so that the weight settles correctly and predictably. The fit between stones in major ancient monuments is often more precise than casual observers expect, and Baalbek is no exception. Even where later damage, erosion, or displacement has affected the walls, the surviving courses show that the builders were working to align massive stones with real accuracy. This matters because precision is a kind of fingerprint. It tells us the builders were not improvising wildly at the limit of chaos. They had methods for dressing surfaces, controlling bedding, and arranging blocks in relation to one another. The larger the stone, the less forgiving bad preparation becomes. Baalbek's surviving joins therefore argue strongly for expert planning and execution. The pattern of coursing tells us something too. Giant stones at Baalbek do not appear as random acts of bravado inserted into incoherent walls. They belong to a system of ordered masonry, with courses rising, relationships maintained, and structural logic visible even where chronology remains debated. The trilithon itself, for all its singular fame, sits within that broader order. This is important because it reminds us that the larger stones were chosen within a comprehensible architectural language. The builders were not merely experimenting with isolated monsters of stone for spectacle alone. They were integrating them into a retaining scheme whose stability and visual effect depended on careful arrangement. The masonry says design, even when it does not fully disclose motive. At the same time, the stones preserve some of the ambiguities that keep scholars cautious. Differences in block size, placement, and apparent masonry character between certain elements of the podium and outer retaining works have helped sustain the debate over phases. Stone can reveal relationship, but not always date. A giant block does not carry a label announcing who set it. Masonry style can suggest comparison with other known works, but style in structural stone is often less chronologically sensitive than ornamental carving or inscriptions. This is one reason Baalbek remains so difficult. The materials are eloquent about method and competence, but less eloquent about authorship and exact sequence than one would wish. What survives in the record suggests continuity of high skill, but not always the precise historical hand behind each stage. The quarry itself adds another layer of testimony. There, the monoliths show not only cutting methods, but choice. Builders selected enormous volumes of limestone because the geology allowed it. The local stone occurred in beds thick and sound enough to encourage giant extraction. That fact is not trivial. Not every ancient site had access to material suited for blocks on this scale. Baalbek did, and the quarry reveals a building culture willing to exploit that advantage. The stone tells us that the landscape mattered. The monument is partly the result of a fortunate geological invitation. A sanctuary with imperial or elite ambition happened to sit beside limestone capable of answering that ambition in extreme form. There is a lesser known but significant contrast between finished and unfinished surfaces that helps sharpen interpretation. The blocks left in the quarry preserve a different kind of evidence than those in the wall. Quarry surfaces may show the process of extraction more directly, while finished masonry surfaces at the sanctuary reflect later dressing, placement, and architectural integration. Studying both together gives archaeologists a rare chance to link production and use. At Baalbek, this relationship is unusually vivid. one can follow, at least conceptually, the life of a stone from bedrock to monument. Few ancient sites allow that so clearly. The quarry and the sanctuary speak to each other across a short distance, and together they narrow the range of plausible explanations. There is also the evidence of what is missing. No sockets or clear remains for gigantic lifting machines have been found that would require exotic mechanical interpretations. No anomalous cuts prove the use of unknown industrial tools, no magical residues, no melted stone, no evidence of machine technologies wildly out of place in antiquity. This negative evidence is important. Archaeology often advances by learning what a site does not require. Baalbek does not require fantasy machinery. It requires us to take ancient ground-based engineering more seriously than modern intuition tends to do. The absence of extraordinary mechanical traces does not prove exactly how the megaliths were set, but it strengthens explanations rooted in ramps, sledges, embankments, cribbing, and incremental placement. Inscriptions, or rather their relative silence on the biggest questions, also matter. Baalbek has yielded inscriptions and historical associations that help situate parts of the Roman sanctuary in time, but no surviving text directly boasts in the way modern observers might hope about hauling the trilithon or extracting the largest quarry stones. This absence frustrates the imagination. Ancient rulers often like to advertise building works, yet the exact technical choices behind a retaining wall course were not always the sort of thing inscriptions recorded. Monumentality was expected to speak for itself. The stones were the boast. To later historians, however, that silence becomes part of the mystery. We are left with the result and only fragments of the administrative voice behind it. Earthquake damage and later reuse complicate the testimony of the masonry further. Baalbek did not freeze in antiquity and wait politely for archaeologists. It lived through violent seismic events, changing regimes, stone robbing, repair, fortification, and reinterpretation. Some blocks shifted, some architectural elements collapsed. Later builders reused material. Such disturbances blur the clean reading of joints, alignments, and original contexts. This is especially important in debates over chronology. A relationship that now looks awkward or discontinuous may reflect later damage rather than original design. Archaeologists must therefore read the site as a wounded structure, not a pristine model. The stones speak, but they speak through injury. And yet, even with those injuries, the accumulated material evidence says a great deal. It says that Baalbek's builders worked with extraordinary confidence in limestone. It says they pursued very large ashlar masonry deliberately rather than accidentally. It says quarrying, transport, and placement were conceived as parts of one ambitious system. It says the monument is deeply rooted in known ancient building traditions, even if it pushes those traditions toward extremes. It says the site's most famous blocks are difficult but not disconnected from the wider world of ancient engineering. And it says, perhaps most importantly, that uncertainty remains exactly where one would expect it to remain, at a long-used sacred site with complex phases and later damage in sequence, motive, and the finer points of construction staging. One of the most revealing truths hidden in the stones is that Baalbek may be less a single mystery than a cluster of related ones. How were the blocks quarried? The quarry gives a partial answer. How were they moved? Comparative engineering and terrain logic make several answers plausible. How were they placed? Earthen ramps and incremental methods remain the strongest general models. When were specific courses laid? Here, the stones are less generous, and chronology becomes harder. Why use blocks of such colossal size? Now the material evidence can only be paired with inference about symbolism, structure, and prestige. The site, therefore, teaches an important lesson in historical method. Different questions sit at different distances from certainty. Baalbek frustrates people partly because they want one master answer to solve all of them at once. But the stones do narrow the field of motive more than is sometimes admitted. They show that the builders cared about more than bare utility. The workmanship, the scale, the visual placement of massive blocks, and the broader monumental setting all argue against a merely economical solution to an engineering problem. Something performative is happening in the masonry itself. The retaining walls are not only retaining, they are expressing power, permanence, and perhaps even sacred inviolability in the most material way possible. Stone here is not silent matter, it is rhetoric. The blocks say that the sanctuary stands on foundations worthy of what rises above. They say that the base of the holy place must itself be extraordinary. That brings the story to one of its deepest questions. If the material evidence suggests that the builders were competent, deliberate, and capable of making giant stonework function, then why choose to do so on this scale? Why build past sufficiency into excess? Why raise a sanctuary on a substructure that seems intended to astonish even where most visitors might never fully see how astonishing it was? The stones cannot answer in words, but they point strongly toward a world in which engineering and symbolism were not separate categories. A giant block could hold a wall and proclaim a message at the same time. Baalbek's masonry is practical, but it is also ideological. And once that becomes clear, the final form of the mystery begins to emerge. The question is no longer simply who built Baalbek or how they moved its stones. Those questions matter, but they are not the whole story. The deeper issue may be why the builders, whoever precisely they were in each phase, felt compelled to make this sanctuary exceed ordinary reasonableness. Why this insistence on the largest stones? Why this architecture of surplus? What kind of sacred and political imagination chooses 800-ton certainty when 80-ton certainty might have done? At that point, the site turns from an engineering puzzle into a statement about power itself. The stones have said all they can. What remains is to ask what the builders were trying to make the world feel when they chose to build this way. By the time the mechanics have been considered, the quarry examined, the masonry read, and the chronology argued over, the mystery of Baalbek begins to shift its centre of gravity. The question is no longer only whether ancient builders could do such a thing. Clearly, in some form, they could. Nor is it only whether the Roman world alone accounts for every phase. That remains important, but it is not the whole force of the site. The more unsettling question is why anyone chose to build like this at all. Why take a sacred terrace and burden it with stones so vast that later centuries would stare at them in disbelief? Why move beyond adequacy, beyond strong enough, beyond already impressive, into a realm where the very foundations seem designed to unsettle Baalbek's deepest strangeness, may lie less in its means than in its appetite for excess. Ancient monumental architecture is rarely modest, but it is often rational within its own symbolic world. Temples must impress because gods must be honoured publicly. Platforms must elevate because the sacred must stand apart. Large stones signal permanence, wealth, and authority. In that broad sense, Baalbek is not unique. Across the ancient Mediterranean and Near East, rulers and priesthoods repeatedly use architecture to make claims bigger than any individual life. Yet Baalbek seems to push this logic unusually far. The sanctuary does not merely announce importance, It insists upon it with a kind of material overstatement that borders on obsession. It is as if the builders feared that ordinary grandeur might still be too little for what this place was meant to say. Part of the answer may lie in the peculiar prestige of foundations. Modern viewers tend to focus on what rises visibly above ground colonnades, carved facades, stairways, ornament, open courts. Ancient builders certainly cared about these things. But there is another language of monumentality that works from below upward. To create an immense substructure is to imply that what stands upon it belongs to a different category from ordinary buildings. The hidden labour matters. The weight matters. The unseen or half-seen magnitude of the base becomes a guarantee of seriousness. At Baalbek, this principle appears with unusual intensity. The sanctuary does not simply stand on a terrace, it stands on a statement. The podium says that the holy place is anchored with a commitment no less a sanctuary could claim. This matters especially in a region where sacred authority, local tradition, and imperial politics overlap. Baalbek was not a monument in an empty symbolic field. It occupied a landscape already marked by older reverence and later absorbed into Roman systems of rule, identity, and display. In such a setting, excess could serve several masters at once. It could honour the deity. It could persuade local populations that the sanctuary remained, or had become, a centre of exceptional holiness. It could demonstrate to provincial elites that imperial patronage operated on a scale beyond ordinary competition, and it could advertise as to any traveller approaching the valley that this was no minor shrine but a sacred capital of stone. Monumentality at Baalbek therefore worked not just as architecture, but as diplomacy, domination, and reassurance fused together. There is also a psychological truth that ancient builders understood perfectly well, without ever writing it down in modern language. Human beings are more easily governed by what they feel in their bodies than by what they are told in words. A person climbing toward a sanctuary raised on vast terraces and supported by blocks too large to comfortably imagine is not merely receiving a message. That person is inhabiting it. Scale does ideological work through sensation. The leg strains slightly on the ascent. The eye keeps lifting. The body becomes proportionally smaller. The sacred precinct seems farther removed from the ordinary world than it truly is. Baalbek appears to exploit this bodily grammar with unusual confidence. Its foundations participate in the emotional training of the visitor. The sanctuary teaches submission not only through ritual, but through dimension. The giant stones, in that sense, may have functioned as a form of what could be called sacred credibility. Any ruler can promise devotion. Any inscription can proclaim piety. Any priesthood can declare the local cult important. But to quarry and place blocks of immense size is to convert claim into burden, and burden into proof. The stones are expensive statements. They say that authority here has paid in labour, planning, risk, and material difficulty. That matters because sacred sites often compete, implicitly or explicitly, for prestige, patronage, and legitimacy. In a world full of temples, sanctuaries, shrines, and old holy places, Baalbek could distinguish itself through a scale that made comparison uncomfortable. The monument did not ask to be admired on equal terms. It aimed to make equality impossible. One lesser-known but powerful way to think about Baalbek is to see it as a place where practical construction and ceremonial theatre cease to be distinguishable. The retaining wall supports weight, yes, but it also stages the temple above as something enthroned. The giant blocks stabilize the terrace, yes, but they also participate in the spectacle of invincibility. Even if many visitors never saw every hidden structural detail, enough of the mass was visible, enough of the elevated form was legible, that the sanctuary's physical logic became part of its aura. This is why purely structural explanations always feel incomplete. They explain necessity, but Baalbek is never satisfied with necessity. The site keeps converting function into magnificence, and magnificence into authority. That conversion may also help explain why smaller stones, even if technically sufficient, were not enough. Sufficiency belongs to ordinary building. Sacred political architecture often aims at more than success. It aims at surplus. Surplus is what makes a monument memorable. Surplus is what persuades later generations that the builders were serious. Surplus is what allows a sanctuary to outlive its own exact theology and still dominate the imagination. Baalbek's monoliths may therefore be understood as part of a strategy of irreversible impression. The project does not merely solve the problem of creating a great temple terrace. It solves the problem of ensuring that the sanctuary's greatness will remain legible even in ruin. This is where the site's most famous paradox becomes clearest. The giant stones are structurally useful, but they are also extravagantly more than useful. They're practical, but not merely practical. They are efficient in some ways, but wildly inefficient if judged only by minimal cost-benefit reasoning. That paradox is not a flaw in the explanation. It may be the explanation. Baalbek was built in a world where cost was not only measured in economy, it was measured in effect. A building project could be judged worthwhile because it made power visible at a level ordinary calculation would call excessive. The excess was itself productive. It generated awe, legitimacy, prestige, memory, and the durable sense that this sanctuary belonged to forces larger than everyday life. There may also have been a more specific symbolic resonance in using giant stone at an ancient sacred centre tied to divine power. Storm gods, solar associations, fertility, kingship, cosmic order, and imperial sovereignty all hover in Baalbek's long religious history. One should be careful here, because the archaeological record does not hand us a neat doctrinal statement linking block size to theological meaning. Still, sacred architecture often works analogically. Great stones imply durability. Durability implies divine favour or enduring order. Elevated mass implies dominion over landscape. Monumentality can be a way of materializing the cosmic stability that gods and rulers claim to uphold. At Baalbek, where local cult and imperial language intertwined, the use of astonishing stone may have helped embody precisely that kind of claim. The sanctuary appears not merely built, but fixed into the world with exceptional seriousness. And yet even this still may not exhaust the motive. Some part of Baalbek's gigantism may arise from the self-escalating logic of monumental systems. Once one phase becomes extraordinary, the next can no longer retreat into the ordinary without seeming diminished. A sanctuary enlarged over generations, especially one tied to powerful patrons, can become trapped inside its own rising standard. What began as a significant terrace becomes a grand terrace. What began as an impressive wall becomes an unprecedented wall. What began as a proper monumental sanctuary becomes one that must now surpass every earlier expectation. In that sense, Baalbek's largest stones may not reflect a single moment of irrational ambition, so much as the cumulative consequence of a site whose symbolic ceiling kept moving upward. The place learned to demand more from each generation that built upon it. This possibility is important because it restores history to what can otherwise seem like an abstract puzzle. Baalbek did not emerge fully formed from one vast imagination. It developed, and development has its own momentum. Earlier sacred prestige invited Roman investment. Earlier monumentalization invited still greater monumentalization. A giant platform made giant stones more thinkable. A sanctuary already known for scale created pressure for still more scale. The result is a monument whose most extraordinary features may partly be the sediment of many decisions, each understandable in context, whose combined effect became something nearly overwhelming. That is often how the strangest historical outcomes arise, not from a single impossible leap, but from a chain of increasingly ambitious steps no one later generation would willingly reverse. There is also something darker in this. Giant stones can be read as a monument to confidence, but also as a monument to the concentration of human effort under systems of hierarchy. To choose such blocks is to choose many lives' worth of labour expenditure for the sake of sacred political effect. That may have been accepted, honoured, or even celebrated within the ancient moral world of the builders. But from a long distance, it also reveals how much power a sanctuary like Baalbek could gather to itself. The stones are sublime, yet they are also evidence of asymmetry. Some decided, many carried the consequence of that decision. This does not reduce the monument. It makes it more historically real. The grandeur of Baalbek is inseparable from the human cost embedded in its foundations. What remains remarkable is that the cost seems to have been considered worthwhile. That alone tells us how significant the sanctuary had become. A place does not receive architecture of this burden unless those in power believe the return, whether divine, political, urban, or symbolic, will justify the effort. Baalbek's giant blocks are therefore not just an answer to engineering possibility. They are a measure of value. They tell us what this site was worth to those who shaped it. And the answer is stark. It was worth moving mountains, or at least trying to. By now the monument's logic begins to come fully into view. Baalbek was not built this way because ancient people were irrational, or because they possessed unknowable powers. It was built this way because in a particular landscape, at a sacred place of inherited prestige, under systems capable of concentrating labour and ambition, extraordinary stone became the clearest available language for saying that this sanctuary stood above ordinary limits. The giant blocks were not a mistake in an otherwise sensible program. They were the sharpest articulation of the program's purpose. They made the sanctuary unforgettable before one even reached the temples above. And yet history does not preserve monuments in the form their builders intended forever. The terrace that once announced permanence entered a world of earthquakes, invasions, religious change, dismantling, reuse, and partial survival. The meaning of the stones shifted. What had been a statement of power became a ruin open to new powers. What had been proof of divine and imperial order became evidence, later, of transience. Baalbek could still dominate the landscape, but it could no longer control the stories told about it. That is the next turn in the monument's long life. The same giant stones that once declared enduring stability would have to endure instability instead. And in surviving it, they would become something perhaps even stranger than the builders intended, not just a monument to power, but a monument to what power cannot finally keep. For a time, Baalbek must have seemed almost unanswerable to time itself. The sanctuary stood elevated above the valley on terraces of daunting mass, its courts ordered, its temples immense, its sacred prestige fused to political power with unusual confidence. Whatever uncertainties remain about exact phases and the chronology of the biggest stones, the completed or near-completed monumental complex would have communicated the same essential impression to those who entered it. This place is meant to outlast doubt. And yet all monuments eventually discover the same truth. They are built against time, but they are also delivered into it. The forces that raised Baalbek were never the only forces at work in the valley. Earth shifts, regimes change, gods are renamed, building materials become quarries for later centuries. The sacred center of one age becomes the ruin, fortress, or source of spolia for another. Baalbek did not escape that cycle. It became one of its grandest illustrations. Earthquake is the most obvious reminder that even giant stone has enemies. The Levant sits in a seismically active region, and Baalbek's long life exposed it repeatedly to shocks no architect could fully cancel. Massive masonry can endure an astonishing amount, but it is not invulnerable. Tremors exploit joints, shift loads, loosen courses, and turn the very weight that once promised stability into a force of destruction. Columns snap or topple, architraves fall, walls bulge. Carefully balanced relationships between stone elements are disrupted. A site like Baalbek, with its extraordinary scale, would have carried both advantages and liabilities under seismic stress. Great blocks can confer stability. They can also, once dislodged, become catastrophic. The surviving ruins preserve this double truth. Their endurance is remarkable, but so is the violence required to produce their broken form. What makes Baalbek especially moving is that the platform outlasted much that stood upon it. The terrace works and megalithic walls remain among the most stubbornly present parts of the site, even after the superstructure suffered repeated injury. This is not surprising. Foundations and retaining works often survive where ornament and elevated architecture fail. Yet at Baalbek the contrast feels almost symbolic. The stones that once served as support become the clearest survivors. The monument sheds parts of its original religious and visual program, but the giant blocks remain to carry memory in another form. The base outlives the message it was built to uphold, or perhaps it becomes the message. Later ages no longer encounter Baalbek exactly as an ancient pilgrim or Roman official would have. They encounter it as wreckage sustained by what was hardest to move and hardest to destroy. Religious change also altered the site's life profoundly. The ancient sanctuary did not remain frozen within the cultic world for which its greatest monumental phases were conceived. As Christianity spread and imperial religious priorities shifted, pagan temples across the Roman world were closed, transformed, dismantled, or reinterpreted. Baalbek was no exception. Sacred places rarely become empty overnight, but their meaning can be redirected. A temple precinct may become a church, a quarry, a fortified enclosure, or a layered site in which old sanctity lingers uneasily beneath new forms. Later Islamic and medieval periods added further reinterpretations. The site remained important, but not in the way its original builders intended. This matters because monuments are not only broken by force, they are also broken by translation. Their stones stay, while their meanings are taught to speak other languages. There is a certain historical irony in this. The sanctuary may have been built on a scale intended to guarantee permanence, yet permanence in human history rarely means continuity of purpose. More often it means survival through repurposing. Stones that once upheld one sacred order become available to another. Walls that once framed processions become defensive lines. Decorative blocks are recut, transported, or incorporated into humbler later structures. At Baalbek, as at so many long-lived ancient sites, the monument entered the economy of reuse. Its grandeur became a resource. Even when a later age did not share the theology or political ideology of the original builders, it could still value the site as a strategic position, a reservoir of worked stone, or a place whose long reputation gave it continued significance. Fortification is one of the clearest examples of this new logic. Ancient sacred sites often possess exactly the qualities later. Military builders appreciate elevated ground, thick walls, commanding views, and existing monumental enclosures adaptable to defense. Baalbek's ruins did not simply decay in isolation. They were drawn into later struggles and practical needs. Once that happens, archaeology becomes harder to read, because modifications blur the line between original design and later intervention. Yet this later history is not a distraction from the monument. It is part of the monument's biography. The giant stones, once signs of sacred magnificence, now proved useful for entirely different reasons. Their stubborn physicality allowed the site to keep mattering even after the old gods and old empires had lost their hold. Travellers arriving in later centuries encountered therefore not the living sanctuary of Heliopolis, but a place suspended between memory and ruin. Columns still soared, enormous blocks still unnerved the eye, but the total effect was no longer one of intact ceremonial order. It was fractured, overgrown, reoccupied, and reinterpreted. This is often when monuments become most powerful in the imagination. Ruin opens space for story. What is broken invites reconstruction, and reconstruction invites projection. Baalbek, already extreme in scale, became even more potent as a ruin because the surviving fragments were large enough to imply a whole beyond recovery. The mind could no longer see the sanctuary complete, but it could feel the force of what completion must once have meant. That emotional gap fed both scholarship and myth. One lesser-known truth about ruin is that it can preserve evidence as well as destroy it. Collapse reveals joints and substructures once hidden. Fallen architectural fragments can be measured, compared, and studied in ways impossible when the building stood intact. At Baalbek, the broken condition of the site has in some respects sharpened our sense of the megalithic foundations, because later damage and loss exposed relationships that might once have been visually subordinate. The podium became easier to notice as the superstructure suffered. This does not mean ruin is helpful overall. It means that destruction changes what becomes legible. The later life of the site has therefore shaped the very terms in which the modern mystery is perceived. We ask about the blocks partly because time stripped away enough of the original architectural envelope to make the blocks newly central. There is also a quieter consequence of survival through ruin. Monuments built to embody active power eventually become monuments to lost power. Baalbek once declared control over landscape, labour, and sacred order. Later, its broken columns and exposed terrace stones declared something else that even the grandest systems fail. That permanence is always relative, that the same weight once mobilized to deny transience can end up testifying to it. This does not diminish the site, it deepens it. The giant stones gain a second significance precisely because they outlast the institutions that assembled them. They become evidence not only of what human beings can command, but of how little command they ultimately keep. The site's long afterlife also shaped scholarship in practical ways. Early excavators, travellers, and chroniclers approached Baalbek through the conditions left by centuries of damage, reuse, and partial clearance. What they recorded was already a transformed monument. Modern archaeology, however careful, inherits those earlier states of exposure and disturbance. This is one reason the chronology and sequence of certain elements remain difficult. The site reaches us not as a pristine puzzle waiting to be solved, but as a puzzle altered by earthquake, rebuilding, quarrying, erosion, and interpretation. Baalbek is not simply ancient. It is ancient plus everything that happened to ancient things afterward. There is something almost fitting in that. A sanctuary that concentrated so much effort into foundations ends up being known partly for how well these foundations endured when other meanings collapsed around them. The massive blocks were meant to support a sacred order. They now support the memory of many orders layered on top of one another. Roman imperial religion, Christian reinterpretation, Islamic presence, medieval storytelling, Ottoman-era settlement, modern archaeology, tourism, nationalism, and global pseudo-history all cling to the site in different ways. Baalbek became less a single monument than a stack of inheritances. Each era received the ruins already marked by what came before, and still the giant stones remained, indifferent to the names placed upon them. That indifference is part of their power. Empires name cities, religions rename temples, scholars rename phases, popular imagination renames builders. The blocks themselves remain where they were set, or where they were left. They do not explain themselves, they endure explanation. This is one of the reasons Baalbek can feel almost aloof, even under the close attention of historians and engineers. The site has survived too many systems of meaning to belong wholly to any one of them now. What survives today is therefore both less and more than the original sanctuary. Less, because the full ceremonial and architectural program is broken. More, because the ruins now carry meanings their builders never intended. They serve as evidence of ancient engineering, yes, but also as a lesson in afterlife. A monument's story does not end when construction ends. It continues through damage, reuse, reinterpretation, and the shifting emotional needs of those who encounter it later. Baalbek's enormous foundations have proved capable of carrying not just temples, but centuries of historical burden. This long survival changes how the central question should be heard. Who built Baalbek sounds at first like a question about origins. By this stage, it becomes clear that the site has never belonged to origins alone. It was built by one world, transformed by another, damaged by others still, and mentally rebuilt many times after that. The giant stones have participated in all those lives. Their meaning has widened as their original context narrowed. They began as components of a sacred political architecture. They became survivors, clues, symbols, and provocations. And so Baalbek enters the modern age already bearing two kinds of monumentality: the monumentality its builders intended, and the monumentality of survival they could not. The first sought to project divine and imperial permanence. The second reveals the fragility of every such projection. Yet together they make the site more affecting than either would alone. The giant stones are not just a triumph frozen in limestone. They're a triumph that lived long enough to become ruin without losing the ability to command awe. That is rare, and it prepares the final turn in the story, where all the evidence, all the surviving ambiguity, and all the centuries of interpretation must be gathered into the hardest conclusion of all, not a definitive answer, but an honest account of what Baalbek does and does not allow us to know. By the end of Baalbek's long trail of evidence, one conclusion becomes unavoidable. The site is neither a solved problem nor an inexplicable miracle. It sits in the more difficult territory between those extremes, where history often becomes most interesting. The stones do not force us to abandon reason, they force us to use it carefully. They do not require fantasies of lost super-civilizations or alien engineers. They require respect for ancient labor systems, masonry knowledge, sacred ambition, and the power of institutions to turn impossible-seeming burdens into slow physical reality. At the same time, Baalbek does not submit completely to tidy explanation. There are real uncertainties here, and they matter. The sequence of some structural elements remains debated. The exact logic behind the greatest monoliths is still not fully recoverable. The motives behind the most extravagant choices can be inferred, but not perfectly proven. The monument keeps a portion of itself withheld. That withheld portion is not a failure of scholarship. It is part of the monument's historical truth. Ancient sites of long layered importance rarely yield a single clean origin story. Baalbek is a sacred place, a Roman monumental complex, a quarry landscape, a ruin shaped by earthquake and reuse, and a magnet for later myth all at once. Any explanation that pretends one of those dimensions cancels the others will feel incomplete. The more convincing picture is cumulative. A place already marked by older sanctity in the Bekaa Valley drew repeated building investment. Roman imperial ambition transformed that inherited sacred centre into one of the largest and most imposing temple complexes in the region. Within that process, builders quarried, moved, and set stones of astonishing size, probably using methods consistent with known ancient engineering principles, pushed close to their practical limits. Some monoliths made the journey. Some remained in the quarry, preserving the threshold where ambition met caution, flaw, or changing need. If the question is asked plainly who built Baalbek, the best answer must also be plain, but layered. The visible monumental sanctuary that defines Baalbek in the historical record is overwhelmingly a Roman creation. That much is secure. The temples, courts, much of the surviving architectural language, and the full imperial expression of the site belong to the Roman world. Yet the place itself is older than Rome's presence there, and the sanctuary almost certainly stands within a longer history of local sacred significance. Whether some substantial megalithic substructures predate the most visible Roman phases remains debated, and scholars still disagree on how far that earlier contribution may extend. No single explanation fully accounts for every masonry relationship, but uncertainty at that level does not erase what is clear at others. Baalbek belongs to history, not outside it. This matters because the monument has so often been used as a test of belief rather than understanding. For some, it proves the greatness of Rome. For others, it proves that accepted archaeology must be hiding a deeper truth. Both impulses simplify a site that is more powerful when left in its complexity. Baalbek is compelling precisely because it allows us to see how human achievement, sacred desire, political display, and partial historical loss can coexist in one landscape without collapsing into one easy story. The site is not mysterious because nothing is known. It is mysterious because enough is known to show how much labour, intelligence, and intent were required. While still leaving gaps large enough for argument, it is a monument built at the edge of satisfaction. Explanation can come close. It cannot completely quiet the feeling the stones produce. That feeling has a real basis. The giant blocks of the podium and the unfinished monoliths in the quarry stand near the upper edge of what pre-modern societies are known to have attempted in stone. They are not singular beyond comparison, but they are exceptional enough that every explanation must carry real weight. The ancient world had the knowledge to quarry large blocks, the administrative structures to mobilize labour, the craft traditions to dress and fit megalithic masonry, and the patience to solve hard problems through ramps, sledges, embankments, levers, and time. Baalbek proves that all of those capacities could converge in one place, but it also suggests that convergence had limits. The abandoned quarry stones hint at choices deferred or abandoned, at a line beyond which practical judgment may have reasserted itself. The site preserves both mastery and restraint, and that combination makes it more believable, not less. In the end, the most honest answer to Baalbek's central puzzle may be that the monument was meant to do exactly what it still does. It was meant to make ordinary human scale feel inadequate. It was meant to turn stone into authority. It was meant to raise a sanctuary so high above ordinary building logic that reverence would begin before ritual even started. The enormous foundations were not incidental to that effect. They were part of it. Whether fully Roman in execution or partly rooted in earlier monumental traditions later absorbed by Rome, the giant stones serve the same broader purpose. They make the sanctuary feel anchored beyond challenge. Even ruined, they still perform that task. The empire is gone. The cults have changed. The superstructure is broken. The blocks remain, and they still command the body into silence before the mind has finished assembling its theories. Perhaps that is why Baalbek refuses closure. The monument survives in a form that keeps both humility and fascination alive. It reminds us that ancient people were capable of more than modern intuition often grants. But it also reminds us that capability does not equal complete transparency. Human beings can build things so large, so layered, and so entangled with changing history that later generations never entirely recover the full chain of intention behind them. That is not mystical. It is simply what happens when time, power, geology, and memory are concentrated intensely enough in one place. Baalbek is one of those places. And it offers a final lesson that extends beyond Lebanon, beyond Rome, beyond megaliths themselves. The past is most alive not when it is fully solved, and not when it is turned into fantasy, but when it remains just resistant enough to keep thought honest. Baalbek resists in exactly that way. It allows us to know much, infer more, and still stand before its stones aware that knowledge has edges. The giant blocks do not humiliate explanation. They discipline it. They force us to distinguish between what can be shown, what can be reasonably proposed, and what must remain uncertain. That discipline is one of the highest gifts any ancient site can offer. So the answer to who built Baalbek is, finally, not a name but a civilization of overlapping hands, local sanctity first marking the place, generations of worshippers giving it weight, planners and patrons enlarging it, Roman power monumentalizing it, quarrymen cutting the limestone free, masons fitting courses that would outlive their language, labourers hauling impossible-looking burdens across prepared ground, and later centuries breaking, reusing, and preserving the result by turns. The site was not made in one moment, and its mystery does not belong to one question. It belongs to the long collision between human ambition and the stubbornness of stone. Even now, when the valley is quiet and the sun lowers across the broken columns, Baalbek seems less like a ruin than like a thought the ancient world never quite finished. The terraces still hold their line, the giant blocks still lie where effort, confidence, and caution once drew the boundary between what could be done and what was only imagined. The names have changed too many times to count. Gods have been replaced, empires buried, theories invented and discarded, but the stone has kept its patience. There is something calming in that. After all the argument, the monument no longer needs to prove itself. It no longer serves the priests or rulers who raised it above the valley. It simply remains, carrying both the force of what is known and the hush of what is missing. The quarry stones still wait in the earth, as if the workers have only just stepped away. The wall stones still hold their impossible calm, and between them stretches the old human distance between intention and memory. Perhaps that is the image Baalbek leaves behind more than any answer does not a solved riddle, but a landscape where effort became geology, and where geology became history. A place where people once decided that a sacred centre should be given foundations so vast that even ruin would not make them ordinary again. a place where time did what it always does and still did not quite win. The light fades, the valley cools, the great stones keep their silence, and in that silence, Baalbek continues to do what it has always done best: make the past feel larger, heavier, and closer than expected.